wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money. It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at.
Good morning, everyone. Looks like another beautiful day in paradise of markets gapping up. New all-time high yesterday across the board. I made a joke on Twitter, but I think it's fair to grab your local perma-bear, the person that was looking for the end of the world, give them a hug. Right? They had a hard time over the last couple of weeks. This is just insane, right? This action is just nuts from lows. I don't even know if we hit 10% on the SPY. Let me check. I know we hit 10% on the Qs, but the SPY might have been a little less. You got to squint to see it, but no, a little bit shy of 10%. So we didn't even get into correction territory. Again, the arbitrary line that some random person put in the sand that we all just decided makes sense is 10% correction, 20% a bear market. We didn't even get to 10%, so we didn't even tick into correction territory, and now we're immediately back at all-time highs. Huge V-bottom reversal. Again, I think the faster the reversal, the more there are people left in the sidelines. That's my thinking, is that if you base out for a while, like if you go back to 2022, that bear market, we've had a lot of bear markets recently. If you go back to 2022, this gave people a whole lot of time, right? If you missed the bottom, but we chopped back and forth for some time, it gave time for people to reinvest, even if they're buying a little bit higher than their normal trade. But it gave them a few minutes to get into it. It gave them a few minutes to get excited and say, okay, maybe the worst is over, and come to that realization of, all right, maybe things are okay. That happened in 2022, right? You had the time. You didn't need to kind of panic back in. And then 2025, we had that bear market. I think it was like 19.5% if you're using the arbitrary lines that people make. That V-bottomed, so that didn't give people time to get in, and you can see kind of exactly what happened from there. Just huge run for weeks. And I don't know if we're going to get that, but so far, amazing all-time highs with a little bit of a gap up this morning. It's not too much. It is on the SPY, we're up 0.16% after yesterday, but through that $700 mark, things are looking fantastic. Problem is, it's very hard to do technical analysis up here, right? So I come on here in the morning, I give some sort of kind of brief rundown of what's happening overall in the markets, but when it's a straight line up, that becomes harder and harder. It becomes one of those things that if you are invested, great, right? Have a plan for exit, develop some sort of trailing stop, have an idea there. If you're not, it becomes very hard to do anything new because, like I remember my quote when silver was ripping, right? Is you'd be crazy to be long, you'd be crazy to be short. You're not going to buy up here, you're not going to sell up here. But if you're holding stuff, great. Again, enjoy the ride. Congratulations. But yeah, I just don't know what to make of this. It's too far, too fast. Obviously overbought. Don't need to be a technician or a CMT to see that, but things can get more overbought very, very quickly, right? Just because something is overbought doesn't mean it stops. It doesn't mean it rests. Doesn't mean it even needs to pull back. It just can keep going, but you can't draw any support and resistance lines anymore because you're above all-time highs. The only thing that we're really looking at here is, right, everything at this point is going to be below us, which is why buying all-time highs is usually a pretty good idea. The breakout spot, right? So you kind of tag everything to this prior all-time highs. I'll just move this line over because it's thicker right there. And you see, right, do we hold that? Do we break it with any sort of real aggressiveness one way or the other? That would be maybe the symptom of a little bit of a bull trap, right? People buying. Again, I will not be buying too much new up here. I also won't be selling or shorting anything up here as well. Just in for the ride. Now, around the market, we're seeing a lot of the same thing. So the Qs, which was by far the lagging sector, right? It was technology, had come down first. It had come down hardest. It also bounced hardest, just showing that a little bit of just beta, right? Tech being more volatile in the overall market. That cracked into a new all-time high yesterday. Average stock, still a little bit to go, and that's being weighed down a lot by financials, right? So there's going to be a lot of financials in your RSP, in your average stock. You look at financials, you look at healthcare. These two things have been holding us back. And you take healthcare, financials, and technology, and that's what over 50% of the S&P 500 by, not by market cap, by just number of securities as well. So tech-led rally, not a bad thing, right? Don't let people say, oh, well, if it's only a couple stocks going up, that's a bad thing, right? That's the same song that I heard all the perma bears talk about all of 2025, saying, oh my God, the average large cap, the average stock is lagging, it's only technology, blah, 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 blah. That's fine, right? The good example I give is that you want your star players scoring the most points, and it just shows that market cap is a great way to invest in the long run. Some pullbacks, some bounces, some chopping back inside, things like that. Again, exactly what I expect to see. Lastly, just a look at oil. It is keeping up with the opposite of what it should be doing, right? We're getting oil cracking at the same time that we're getting the SPY moving. However, not to that much of a degree, right? So oil has seemed to kind of found a level, right? We hit there. You could, Quasimodo, I think they call it, when it's a head and shoulders that look like this, maybe kind of stalling out here, but you would expect more of a give back in oil, which in my mind means that if we finally do get the drop in oil and the markets have already hit all-time highs, that's just more fuel for the fire. So a lot of things, seem to be, in the long run, seem to be at our backs, but in the short run, we are just way, way too overdone for me to get confident in buying anything, right? Last thing, I saw this going on all the time, saying don't trust the rally because it's low volume. I'll bring the data in here when Jane starts her big money presentation, but that's just horse doo-doo, right? Volume always decreases as rallies continue. You never get an increase in rally and volume increasing as well. And there's a lot of big studies done saying that the market actually moves further on lower volume than it does on larger volume. So that's one of those things that just has been repeated over time and time again, to where people think that it's true, but I'll grab that in there. But I do see, if we're good to go, we got visitors. We got people. Let me grab this. Maybe I'll do it now if we're not ready yet. Let me grab this. Let's take a look at this. So it's pretty long, so I won't read it all. But what they did is they looked at 22 years of SPY and Q data, where volume had dropped below 50% of its 50-day average. So quiet volume, less than average volume. What happened? Well, the 10-day win rate is 70%. The 20-day win rate is 65%. So you actually, if you go down to the chart here, right, you get more moves and more explosive moves when the volume is low. Because you got to think, what is volume? Volume is the meeting of buyers and sellers. So if there are no sellers, you can move very quickly on low volume. If no one's out there trying to push the price down as it moves higher, you can move very quickly. Think about it like an auction, because that's all the market is. It's an auction that's open to everybody. And if you're selling handbags, if there are no sellers, there's only the one handbag out there, the price of that thing can increase dramatically with very little sell side. And that's the same as market. If no one is out there selling and there are people out there that are buying, that's great. Right? That's amazing. That's what you want to create higher prices. So yeah, ignore you need high volume to be convicted on a rally. Again, those people, you can go and look at it. They just haven't studied the markets at all. If you look at, here's the weekly chart, you can see big volume at the lows right here, and then diminishing volume on the way up. If you look at the last rally, we had big volume at the lows right here, and then diminished volume all the way up. You can go back to this one right here, we had big volume spike at the lows and then diminished. Let's go back to COVID. Big volume at the lows, diminished volume the whole way up. Our charts don't go back that far. I could keep going. You get over and over and over again, you should see the highest volume spike at turning points, because generally speaking, a turning point is caused by some sort of news event or fundamental shift or something like that that causes increased volume via increased selling. And if you don't get increased selling, then you will not have increased volume. You just have people buying and popping it up, right? So I've just seen a lot of these kind of narratives go around about how, yeah, you need volume for a move. You don't, right? You need generally a more true statement that I would believe way more is you need volume for turning points, right? You're going to get something happened on this day that caused, if I got to pull it up here, right? The massive volume spikes that we saw on this day. It was the taco, right? The first initial taco trade. So at turning points, huge volume spikes, within trends, diminishing volume. Same as if people are, trading breakouts, you get generally a lot of volume on the breakout itself, and then as the trend continues, volume diminishes until it gets to that point. But yeah, very hard to do technical analysis on a market that just goes straight up. All you got to do is you got to say, okay, at some point, the market's going to pull back. And I don't want, don't get too excited. Don't get too ahead of yourself when it happens. Don't go, oh my God, it's the end of the world because the market's pulling back. Like, of course it does. You just, in the meantime, you see when it pulls back, levels that it could pull back. This kind of move, this huge pop higher, this is like fib pullback traders' dreams. I think we've got probably Steve out there just rubbing his hands, because he's probably marking up all of his fib levels and looking to, okay, if we hold here, I'll buy. If we hold here, I'll buy. So this is the stuff that these fib guys just, fib and Elliott Wave guys just absolutely love, right? Friends, I hear a beep. What up, friends?
Mitch, welcome. Can you hear me okay?
Uh-oh. He's back for the first time. It's hard muted right off the bat. He's out of practice.
Right off. Well, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you sound great.
I'm still getting used to the headset.
What do you think? Like, it's pressure. Have you seen the people who, like, I saw something, it was a bunch of gamers who've been wearing them because they game all the time. They get like dents in their head. That's one of the reasons I've fought against it. I don't know if everyone just has a dent there. Like,
well, I mean, you can make it so it's a lot bigger. There's zero pressure. So maybe it's that they feel they must have it tight on their head.
Well, what gets me is the glasses, like, because it's like always pushing on the, at some point I'm going to get the laser stuff, but I don't know. Eventually I'm going to be so old that I'm not going to be able to do it anyway. All right, I hear you back there, Mitch. Welcome back.
What up, bud? EV Mux, you can go. But we'll start off with that one. Hey, how we doing? Welcome back. I'm back, baby. Money Mitch is back, guys. And guess what happened?
Market ran up. I leave the market.
You guys remember? You guys remember when I left, right? Last week, Thursday was it? And everyone was saying, "Look, wait for the pullback. Wait for the pullback." Well, one guy over here was like, "There ain't gonna be no pullback. Ain't gonna give it to you. Ain't gonna make it that easy to give you a pullback."
I hope now, Mitch, take it away bought from a bunch of stuff then, right?
Mitch, you forgot the bird that was flying high yesterday. Birds like the Eagles, like Philadelphia Eagles, and the birds in the market. That's right. Watching bird again today.
All the birds were flying. All the birds were flying.
Is this still going? Oh man,
I'm still flying from that move.
This is the most hilarious thing I've seen since Long Island blockchain.
Hey, bird's the word, dude. Just bird's the word, man.
Can't sell shoes.
This is
AI.
This is called euphoria coming quickly into the market. And a lot of times people tell me, well, there's no euphoria in the market. No, the market can jump on euphoria like no other. And that's what we're doing right now. We're on this euphoric ride up in the SPY. And we're riding, of course, now we're kind of shifting the market, rotating, right? Like I always like to focus on, right, guys? So there's been a massive shift now, right? And of course, it used to be just, okay, well, the AI infrastructure names were holding on, and those were the areas where the market and the money was hiding. But the money just woke up. and woke up like never before, started piling into these names, and they were already piling in on the downside. So if anything, I think this is where they're adding to positions and they're taking some profits probably even in the high flyers. So I'd be a little bit careful with like names like SanDisk and names like that. But you're seeing the money start to rotate back to Mag 7. You're seeing a clear shift back to the AI trade, and you're seeing a brand new AI trade. And this is what I tell everybody to focus on. So we've had an AI trade in the past that was like the large language models, right? That was the run. That was AI. I think we even got to like the 9th inning of that, right? Like we're in a time where what you see in the language models now, like what Claude can do today versus what it could do, let's say, 3 years ago, completely new ball game, right? Now we're going into this whole new era of AI, which is now focused on what? It's focused on the infrastructure of the build out for the data centers, right? So that's going to be like the first, I would say the next 2 to 3 years are more focused towards the industrial build out than the bottom line going to these tech names. But the tech names will still get the push, right? Because of all this CapEx spending. The CapEx spending never even hinted that they were going to pull back on that spending. If anything, you're seeing more and more spending out there. Right? Meta announcing that it was going to spend more, large language model comes out, and boom, market starts rocketing. It's focusing on the AI trade. It completely pushed out the war trade. It completely pushed out the oil trade. It's focused purely on AI. And now we even got the short squeeze, the dash for trash. That's why you're having this bird play. That's why you're having short interest stocks rip. That's why CAR is at 400, right? It's a dash for trash.
Not only are they shorting, when are these guys ever going to learn? They're shorting it at like $2. Like this middle chart, this is the short float. So you can see it cranking up as this thing's just tanking to new lows. Like how dumb are these guys that they're just, do I want to short it way up high? No, I just want to start, because you zoom out, you look at this chart, right? No one's shorting it. No one's shorting it up here, right? Everyone's shorting it right here too, and we just see this over and over again. It was the same with like Open. It was the same with a lot of these things. They kind of look at it and say, okay, probably bankrupt, so let's start shorting it now. But like what I think is going on,
it had a split too, so 1 for 20. So that's where that crazy chart also comes from.
And and this is, I talked about this a couple days ago. I think I talked about this on Monday. Is that this is going to be, I think there's going to be more. Again, overextended in the short run. Got to have some sort of pause or break at some point. Who knows what's going to happen? But the people, like we talked about exactly in the tariff tantrum, people are going to be underinvested. There's going to be portfolio managers that puked out everything at the lows, and then 3 weeks later, we're right back at all-time highs. And are those people going to be able to catch up by buying the boring S&P 500 names? Like, no. There's a lot of people out there that their jobs right now are going to be gone unless they figure out a way to catch up to returns of this market. And to do that, you got to find high beta. You got to find crazy. You got to, you've got to invest in something that's going to move up or down 20% in a day, not something like NVIDIA that's going to move up or down 1 or 2% in a day. So you see this all the time when they're caught off guard.
I mean, but even Microsoft, though, moving 5% yesterday. So, right, like there is the rubber band effect going on, right? Where we're seeing the names revert back, right? And so the names that were beaten down the most might be the easiest to target. Did you see OWL yesterday, right?
Yes.
Of course, the
see OWL
beaten down name. You traded it?
Well, oh yeah.
That's hey, power to you, my friend. Great trade there, What I was doing the last couple of days, guys. What I was doing the last couple of days is I missed out on making money in this rally. I will say that, right? But part of it was measured, right? I wanted to take a break from the market, so I took a mental break, but I didn't stop watching the market. I just forced myself to stop trading the market, which was hard, guys, hard, especially watching this rally, just continuing. And then in my brain, just picking off picks, and it just just working right off the back, right? Like I thought, like really quickly as we started to see this rally, I was like, well, now they're gonna go for the dash for trash for like quantum names. Have you seen that rally? I mean, Ion Q,
Qubits, yep.
insane, right?
With a DARPA
Rigetti,
contract,
right?
Like,
It wasn't even the contract, right? They were saving that headline, man. That's called one you put in your back pocket, right? You're like, yo, guys, wait
It's
for it. Wait
interesting
for it.
because that the meme stock ETF has now
Yeah.
rotated and changed their holdings. Now they've got CAR, Bird, AXTI, Bloom Energy, Irene, CRDO, APLD,
And then now look how it performs.
AOI.
yeah,
Right,
I was about to say,
look how the
geez.
meme looks now, right? It doesn't look
Exactly.
like the same stock, right? This is why you always want to rotate and stick with strength, right? And I think that this is that market right now where it's about sticking with the strength, right? So if I tell you guys where are you guys seeing new strength, I think is also important, right? Because of course there's certain areas that have, of course, just continued, right? Like memory trade still continued. But there's been that new strength, right? So I pitch it to you guys just to kind of call it out there. Where are you guys seeing some new strength in this market that has maybe surprised you or has caught you off guard? Maybe you weren't necessarily looking at this, but now it's on your radar.
I am full port long IVG.
Oh,
Huge,
there you go.
bigly. Same as Owl, right? On the way down. I remember you were here for this. I was getting some poo-poos on my Owl long, and it was the same thing as the gap. And I will go back to the HIMS chart when I traded. This is a very good setup. It's, you gotta have the patience just to get out, but you're looking for just this. A new breakdown, gap down, that fails, and we end up closing positive. Bought it there, stopped the lows, and then this one's been doing well. All right, we can go back to the HIMS. The HIMS, I got a gift. I don't even want to, yeah, it was right here. Same thing. Gap down, bad news, close positive, buy. So same thing I did with IVG. And, I've already talked about my Palantir trade there as well. But same thing. This one happened over 2 days. But, right, breakdown of the area that everyone's watching, rallies back up the next day. So I was here with Steve, bought that name. So it's the beauty of them is that even if your win rate's really low, because you're not chasing moves higher, I know exactly where my stop is, right? I'm in around, I think it's like 78-ish.
Yep.
And then my stop's down there at like 74. We lose 74, I'm gone.
Like I always say, the only thing that traders need is a defined risk, right?
Mm-hmm.
From that point on, you can put the trade on, right? That's it. That's all you really need. Define that risk. From that point, I can't really say a trade is good or bad. We'll all say that, right? Trades are good and bad. I mean, that doesn't really work, right? That's not how trading works, guys. It's not about good or bad trades. It's about just understanding a defined risk, probability, right? Having that mindset.
It's about good or bad systems, right? If this was, you know what I mean? So someone could come to you and say, this is my game plan that I do over and over again. And you could look at it and go, ugh. And you're probably going to do it because it's got some sort of bad risk reward profile or, stops.
No, it just sounds like it sounds really tough to go through, right? As a trader, you understand, hey, I had a trader tell me like 65% loss rate. So you're going to lose 65% of the time, man? Mm-hmm. And I'm like, yeah, dude. Yeah, that's what it's going to be, man. It's okay. You just got to get used to it, right? Instead of getting used to the winning, you get used to the losing and you just learn how to risk manage a ton, right? So there's always going to be strategies like that. But I love the IGV mentioned. Great trade idea, Michael. And of course, with the IGV, just to kind of ride that, I'll give you guys some particular names. I don't know if you have any particular names, but just to throw some out there that I've seen move on this also. Of course, ServiceNow, the poster child. You can do AppLovin, right? You've seen Shop really move, and I think Shop is a nice one because you're seeing Amazon right there at the all-time highs. So Shop trades really closely relationship with Amazon. So we might as well ride that trade up, right? So
and Shop is the only Canadian tech stock, really. So you're getting people in their RRSP, which is like a 401k or IRA. And if they want to go tech in Canada, they're pouring it in there too, which drives it up.
And it's on a discount, right? Let's just be honest. It's on this software discount where it shouldn't really have gotten discounted, right? Shopify isn't going away anytime soon, no matter what AI does. I can guarantee you that that it's not going away anytime soon, at least. It just does too much for small businesses. And what have you noticed in a trend? And I'll give you guys trends because I always like to focus on trends, right? Well, small businesses more and more frustrated with Amazon, right? They just came out with this new kind of ad thing that they kind of have to support, and margins are getting thin and thinner in the Amazon selling business market. So what happens is, what do? They go to the competitor. They go to Shopify. And so I think Shopify is a good look here. Melly, another one that runs off of this, just to give you one more relationship there. But continuing there, let's pivot towards maybe a Jane area to watch. What are you looking at around the market, Jane? Anything standing out to you here? Maybe new trends that are catching your eyes?
So for me, definitely seeing that the dollar is being sold. I agree with Michael that oil is not acting as it should. It is below, so USO is below the bigger money level of 124.49. UUP, we've got 27.48. UDN is at 18. So two different ETFs leveraged showing selling the dollar, and also DXY as well. So what would I anticipate with that happening? Yes, the market to go up. I would anticipate that that would drive the market up as we see the dollar decline. I would also anticipate that the commodities would move up. Oil is a bit independent because we saw everything with the Strait of Hormuz drive oil up, squeeze it up, and now they've started to sell it and it's starting to come back down a bit. Definitely like Microsoft long term. They have their bigger money in down at $399.29 for about 3 quarters. So looking at Microsoft, that is a nice one with bigger money below it. Bank of America had the earnings today. Key had earnings today. We have some other names as well, but looking more at the commodities with the dollar dropping, we saw a similar move. When you look at USO and UDN and DXY, you're going to see that we have a bit of a megaphone. We've just sort of been range bound, but that range is starting to accelerate. So for DXY, we might see that it's going to pull back around the 96 area. And that's where I would probably take some profits on commodities if I started to see them turn down or set up my stops for longer term swings. But liking silver, liking gold, not so much oil right now to the long side, more short oil, long the metals.
Love it. And I love that dollar talk there. Just to piggyback off of that dollar conversation, I think metals and minerals, right? Overall, I'll be watching for them continue the upside. 2 names I'll give you: USAR, UAMY. Those are the names that I'll be watching for continued upside there. And just looking to see that the dollar starts to continue to crumble. So you can look at, basic materials, metals and minerals. You can be watching around that to see anything that's really kind of dollar related, right, being affected here. And oil, will it continue the downside, right? Is the Strait even open yet? I told you guys they would stop caring, right? Even the oil stocks have stopped caring, right? They just keep continuing to get hit here. And I think it's interesting that, the Strait isn't even open yet, right? So what I think it is leaving room for is a little bit of a dead cat bounce here. Are we getting closer towards that dead cat yet?
Well, and I just we got to remember that, especially when we're looking at something like USO or, there's a lot of different oils to look at. And that's the problem too with futures. It's like the US, only 1 to 2% of their oil ever goes through the Strait. But that's us. There's Korea and Japan, a bunch of places that rely on this way more than the US. So it'll be interesting to see, some of these international oil contracts and if there's some sort of a difference or a move between those. But yeah, I think this is the oil is kind of the next story for fuel to fire. If we wake up and we get that, 10, 20% down day in the USO, that's still got to just be bullish for stocks. And we've hit all-time highs without doing it. So that's why I think we've seen tech lead, because tech's going to be the thing that cares the least about oil, and that's why we've seen kind of RSP lag, because energy and financials have been lagging. But you wake up and oil's down 10%. A lot of these industrial stocks that Mitch is talking about is going to love that, a lower oil price, right? It's just going to be more fuel for the fire. And you know it's going to get resolved at some point, unless the war starts back up again. They're going to figure it out. The question is just how long and how much kind of damage takes place until that happens.
Also trying to price that in, right? Is that what the market's doing, right? Already pricing in that shift that we're expecting. Now we know the market is a pricing mechanism, but I think that's something to think about. Before the market opens here, let's get into what's driving the market today. All right, guys, driving the market today, we'll be watching to see what happens if there's any ceasefire conversations. Of course, there's only 5 days left on the original 2-week outlook there. TMC earnings coming in here. We'll take a look to see what happens in the market. We did get, of course, Trump mentioning that the Iran war was very close to over. WTI at 91.63. down from 115 on April 7th. We'll see what happens in the market. Of course, Netflix reports after the bell. Catch us on the earnings conversation tonight. Don't miss it right here on Trade the Pool. Of course, you guys will get earnings coverage all season long. You don't want to miss it, guys. Get to the action, and we'll be having some great preview information, doing some deep dive. I'm trying to add to the conversation there and help you guys out. So get towards that today. Don't miss it tonight. Netflix reports after the bell, and we kick off really earnings season right here on Trade the Pool.
And remember, we got Trump speaking at 7.
Yep.
Don't know
Trump.
what he's chatting about, but
we know what he's chatting about. He's trying to close the deal. He's trying to close the deal today. Either I think we are expecting to probably hear the extension of the ceasefire. So that would be coming soon here as more conversations and talk. I'm watching the car. I might get after it today, guys. I'm looking for a 405, 400 pop here, and then a quick reversal to the downside today in car. Can we get it? Can we take down the dragon?
Yeah, so far, a whole lot of nothing off the open, right? Market's just kind of dancing about, trying to figure out what's happening. We're up
400 real quick.
0.12%, with actually mags down just a little bit. So that's interesting to see. The market up with Mag 7 down shows that RSP is actually really leading the charge here. So this is not the big cap tech, and there is a lot of room to go in RSP. So if you missed the initial move, that was all tech, start to look further down the hood. Look at the stuff that hasn't rallied yet, things like that. But this car, I mentioned cars, this thing's still going. Look at RSP rip. Wow.
USAR, nice little dip by there. I'm looking to grab that here. USAR looking good right now.
Shout out to some of these. There's some crazy ones. This MYSE, I saw people in chat talking about it. Just insane. So far down off the open, but this is, right, what is yesterday? $1 up to 5. So a nice 500% return on this one. So far, just giving it up right off the bat there. And then WSHP was the other one that I saw. We Shop. Oh, that one looks a little bit better. Oh, Halt, Crow saying. Man, that's actually a pretty clean setup. Huge push up, nice base all morning, and then breaks that right off the open. That's clean looking.
Looking around in the market right now, basic materials leading, energy right behind that. It looks like we might be seeing that bounce here today. One of the areas I'm watching is healthcare to see what happens with that today, but real estate behind that. Communication services up, industrials getting a little bit of a bounce. The only area in the red here was tech for a slight second right now, and now you're starting to get a push. Software application leading technology. That's your IGV trade pushing strong.
I'm in a little, bird.
There's a big push.
The bird lost its lift. I'm in the bird short.
A little bird.
Oh. A little bird. A little bird.
Oh, did you just get halted?
Target's going to be 12 down here.
Oh, no.
Ooh. In at 1350.
I was sure that thing was going to halt right there, but.
Oh, maybe it is. Don't jinx me, Michael.
It's still going. Good for you. Good for you. Nice one.
All right. Trailed my stop a little bit. in case it bounces here. I had fun yesterday. I was trading live on Trade the Pool. So I missed you guys, though. I did miss you both. It was very quiet.
I appreciate you you covering. It was good. It was a good. It's a good hangout with Diedrich. Me and Diedrich hung out and chatted about markets and.
I'm out, by the way.
The relentless bull, Dietrich,
stuff.
man. That guy is the biggest bull I know, man.
Good for him, right? Just take those statistics, knowing that you're going to be right 70% of the time, and just
Ooh, Tesla too.
All right, guys, starting to get a position here in car on the short side here. Just a small one right now, but trying to get after it. I talked about 105 being an important outlook. You're getting a pop here. So the key is just to use the pop as the risk. So right there, I can define my risk. Like I always say, what? You need to define risk. There's $82 of risk there. We'll see if we start to get the downside. I'm putting 417 as the risk right now and looking for a break right below the 4. If you get below the 4 through the 390s, that's where I'm going to add big. Right now, I'm small, and that's keeping me in the play. Only 5 shares right now, but really trying to get after it today. The key, it needs to do the quick move. At some point, it's going to do an opening wash, a big wash, right? So I'm looking to jump on those washes. And if it isn't the wash day, it cuts me out and I let the stock go, right? Let it just keep short squeezing. At some point, it's going to be like a boom down. And when I get that, I can use that and it should give me at least like a 5-to-1 look, which will cover at least even 5 losses here, right? On trades like this. So, and my idea is to size into it. So Tesla short.
You guys have made me start trading like crazy.
I like the Tesla short. I like the Tesla short. That's a good one. It's dropping fast there, right back down here. That's going to affect the market. That's going to go ahead and give a little bit of the scare there. Mag 7, of course, is the area to kind of keep an eye out. And you're seeing that drop really quickly out the gates here. NVIDIA down, Google down, Apple down. Microsoft seems to be the only one kind of hanging in here right now. We'll look to see if we see some recovery. Tesla back down to 386. So shout out to you on that one.
Is that, I'm going to tighten my
stop. There's car right back to 417 there. So there's a stop, quick hit. It gets out. Controlled trade right on the, of course, this is the 200K account. So $70 loss is small. We'll look to see if it comes down a little bit further after this. But right now, the idea is to respect that opening drive.
Mags, it's wild to see Mags down today and the SPY holding on just fine. Right, just hanging out right in the middle of its range, right? That's rotation under the hood when you see it. There was time to jump on the big cap tech. That was a couple days ago, and now, right, take a look right up here in the sidebar. You see Mags down 0.25%, and then you see the SPY up 0.25%. You can even look at it. You can see Mags down 0.25% and XLK up 0.25%. So just showing that it's, a lot of that's going to be Tesla as part of the Mag 7, but just tech is holding on only because software is holding on a little bit. And if you're getting the SPY holding on with the Qs down, then you just know that under the hood you have some stuff going on, right? And that stuff going on is probably looking at different names for industrials. XLF is doing pretty well, so financials are doing pretty well. XRT retail's up almost 1%. So a rotation day, right? It makes sense. If you bought the Mag 7, you made a ton of money over a short period of time. Well, take that money, and in bull markets, what you see is people selling their winners and buying other stocks with them. That creates that rotation. It's why you just don't buy the stuff that's up the most. You look for more and more. Look how well the RSP, or the average large cap stock, is holding up, even with the SPY not able to get off the mat just yet.
Aluminum bouncing back today, guys, in basic materials. Copper going higher. SCCO looking good there. We'll see if that one can get going. That one actually looks interesting on the undercut of 188 this morning, holding well. I'm looking at car carrier, looking at some air conditioners.
Missed this BDX trade, darn.
AMKR also looking good. AMKR is a name I like, but I'm waiting for pullbacks at 9 EMA. A lot of stocks on for me, at least for the swing. I got to wait for some daily 9 EMA pullbacks, and I can just be patient until then.
So yeah, I got 2 trades in the go here, WFC and PNC. So I think both these are in the finance space. Just chilling so far. Got a couple orders out there still looking to get filled. Datadog to the short side and PCAR to the long side. So right, this opening range break system just continues to pile in off the open, which is what should happen. So looking individuals, PCAR, so I'm going to miss that one as well. That's unfortunate. Just going through, XBI is actually selling a little bit, so we're getting biotechs down a little bit here off the open. IBIT actually down a little bit from yesterday's close as well, so Bitcoin selling there as well. And healthcare just down a little bit. Those are the kind of your 2 weak sectors. Q's just been dancing around flat all day, up or down 0.1, 0.2%. Can't really make up its mind, and we don't really have anything to kind of kick us one way or another today. So it's headline risk coming out of the blue, or it's Trump talking at 7. He's always headline risk. So
I'm looking for some type of pullback here in car. I'll look to see if I get some entry. I'm looking into AI names that are up today. So looking at that, I see LITE doing really well today. That's good. That's one on my radar. COHR, another one that's doing well to watch for in the AI space. Intel, of course, continuing. WDC doing well. SanDisk doing well today. Cisco, also another name to watch here on the pullback. I really like the Cisco one. That's a 90 MA pullback that I might have to get after.
And Q's nice strong candle there on the Q's. Yeah, pretty strong move there. Off right, we hit those lows again, and buyers just kind of stepped right in real strong. So what am I doing with CrowdStrike? I'm short CrowdStrike, and
I'm short bird again below 1247. That's the bigger money level.
Bird's the word.
We get claimed if we play that Family Guy episode. That's everyone know.
Sure.
Everyone know Family Guy episode I'm talking about.
I don't know.
Oh man, that was a doozy. Ooh yeah.
Ooh, did you get in on that, Mitch?
The car halted to the downside.
I talked about it. It was gonna come today. I just missed it. So now it's just try to get after it, right? At least I called it. You know what I mean? I was out there on Trader TV saying that if you wanted to get after car, trade the pool might be the way to do it today. And it you know what I mean? Like, you could get short this thing with not the concern of owing $1 million. So hey, we'll get after it. The halt coming in fast there. I said 405, so I was a little off there. Maybe 410 seems like the double top area. But I was looking for like that double top, right, on the daily. But you're getting that little pivot above. But it's still the wick look, right? It's still look for the blow off top today. Blow off top. We'll see if we get it. Trying to get
I'm going to exit because it's going sideways.
Can I get some pullback in Cisco? I'm looking for it.
One more minute here.
What else can I trade today? Industrial is doing well. Trucking.
Man.
KNX, trucking name ripping to the upside. Of course, that's, your old DFL, Old Dominion, getting a nice little move. You like a nice boring trade today that's moving up? That's a nice boring trade that's moving up. Sometimes boring is really nice, man.
I'm watching this car, right?
Car?
Reversing my position.
I was also talking about car, CARR. The air conditioner stock too. I think that one's a good one too. Man, yeah, Cisco, come back to me. Come back to me, Cisco. I want you. I also want. All right,
I'm long now, aiming for 1420.
On what one?
On bird. Yeah, I flipped my position.
You flipped the bird?
Bird's the word.
I flipped the bird. That's right. I did. I flipped the bird. Now is it going to flip the bird to me?
It'll do that to you. That's what Carr did.
Setting my stop at 1170 here. Let's see. I'm going to keep it tight. Watching the 1 minute.
Seen a lot of lithium stocks make move today. So just to call those out, SGML, LAR. Some gold up today, baby. I love gold.
So many people are watching for this car short. I wonder if they're going to play one more game.
Oh, there you go.
Man.
Because that's what this has been. This has just been a perpetual short squeeze, right? It goes and people shorted, and then it rips higher, and people shorted, and you get these kind of like real-time short squeeze into oblivion.
There we go. Birds flying again.
Bird's the word.
Well, flying from my entry.
Trying to get an entry here in Carr.
IVG continuing to hold up okay, but the markets just have not moved at all today. Just best case scenario, I think, for the bulls is like a couple days of this, of just nothing. Couple, RSP, little rip out the gate, just sideways consolidation. This is best case scenario, right? We can obviously have something go way worse, where, if we have a hard pullback based off some bad news, that could certainly happen. But I just look at it and say, man, I'm totally okay with a couple days of chill. Same when we got that initial gap up, right? We had not a whole lot, but we had 3 days here of just little small candles before we were off to the races for the next 3 days. Might have a lot to do with whatever Trump starts ranting about tonight.
Are pushing here back to 412.
And there we go. Pushing up. 13.
The short squeeze that never ends. Exists forever.
It's about to halt on the upside. It's trying to. It's not halting though. Did it hit it? Now.
I just
see for a second there it wasn't. For a second there it wasn't. It was doing that like that ping in between the algo. Like this tick tack 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 tack.
Well, yeah, as people unload and they know that halt's coming, so people unloading some stuff there.
COHR doing really well, guys. LITE doing really well. That's probably right there the best trade of the day. Definitely a part of my list also in the morning. So doing really well there. LITE, COHR, LITE, of course. Where is it at? Look at the daily chart on LITE. This is what I'm talking about. This is what you need to be looking for right now. Pullbacks like LITE are the best setup here. Take a look here on the daily for LITE. Look at the 90 EMAs are right here. The 90 EMAs right there at the 840 level. And so pullbacks like that. So look for stocks that are pulled back to short-term moving averages. Those are the ones that are kind of getting a nice little lift off. COHR is a nice little continued rip higher. That's just a breakaway and continuing to push. I'll show you guys COHR, and then there's some other plays that we can run through here. AMD's doing really well today. That's continuing up, but a little bit of a breakout on the gap up. That looks like it's going to fade away as it's been a little bit of a push today on that one. TT, another one that's kind of holding in here. Intel, that thing's been a complete monster and continuing to go higher. You still got Intel, Michael? Yeah, man. I can't. I remember when I was calling that at 20 something for the 60 move. It's 65 now. I remember how many people hated this stock. But that's why you gotta have to flip sometimes, right? Even I flipped. I was like, something's gonna happen to make this thing sexy. Next thing you know, boom, the U.S. goes in, and now it's sexy.
Communism. No, it's just, I figure the communism portfolio is gonna last probably another couple years until
AAOI,
the next guy
another
gets
one
in,
on the 90 MA. Yeah,
Yes.
that's the way it's gonna work, man.
So if the next guy
AOI,
is
look at that
pro-communism,
pullback.
and I'll keep buying what he wants, right? So
ENTG, another one on the pullback. 9 EMAs. ENTG, another AI name that's doing really well. Man, a lot of AI names starting to push here now. CAR looks good just because it's on the 9 EMA after a really hard move to the upside. So you see how this nice risk to return here? It's going to be interesting to see if we can get back up there to 64 on CARR. Of course, building material AI player builds a lot of air conditioners for these data centers. So, hey, keep your eyes on that, guys. HCC coal doing well today. That tells me more and more that energy trade today, that bounce back trade, looks like a tier. XLE really bouncing back today. I'm not expecting, coming back for the highs kind of thing, but this is kind of what you're going to get. You're going to get some bounces sometimes. XLE coming right back into play today.
Rumble, I guess, being in the news today. Nice pop there.
Rumble.
Ooh, Microsoft is melting.
Buying Northern Data, whatever.
Yeah, we're getting the pullback. It seems like the pullback in the market's coming in here, especially with the way that we're seeing things. So the VXX seems to make sense here as if you're looking for like kind of day trades to kind of hedge. And I think right now you're going to see a lot of quick pullbacks on stocks that were really kind of ripping higher. Like let's say like even an AMD, right? It just did that kind of blow off top look. Could start to pull back there. We'll see what happens on the names that were ripping higher.
Well, and the dichotomy here is interesting to point out, right? So the Qs went negative on the day. RSP holding up strong, looking to hit new highs. So this widening out of breadth that I think is huge, right? It's what you want to see in the market. You want to see a widening out and where people are like, okay, well, I made a whole bunch of money in some of these other names. Let me take that money. Let me go over to other sectors, other industries, right? XLF still up nice, holding strong today. XRT broke 1% up, so retail doing just fine, right? So it's a split market. It was a split market for the last 3 days where it seemed like Mag 7 was kind of leading the charge, and now it's a split market in the other way where Mag 7's the place that people are going to raise some capital to potentially do other stuff with, right?
It's a defensive day also, right? So look for that area. I think that's a nice area to look at. Basic materials, communication service, industrials are getting a little bit of a push right back. So look for that type of trade to kind of hold in there. An interesting one that tells me about oil prices is integrated shipping and logistics ripping to the upside. That's your FedEx trade, right? Why would that rip to the upside? It would not rip to the upside if they're expecting oil to come back, right? Like, it would make no sense, right? So keep your eyes on that, right? I think the industrials are going to tell us what happens.
We won't be here, but remember, tomorrow is monthly options expiration. I was just looking at my Stock Traders Almanac, and a historically bullish day, up 20 of the last 30. So,
and Q is just melting away too. Yeah. The Qs.
Yeah, so it's just crazy to see, right? So MGS, Mag 7, making new lows.
Added to CAR here. It opened up, and now it's coming back down. I'm taking a shot.
SPY and the Qs. And this might be what CAR needs, right? Is the whole market gets weak, and people go, okay, well, I'm going to raise some money here. I should do it in this stupid thing that's up like 300% in the last little bit. So I'll clap this one. But yeah, RSP holding strong, still up 0.5%. So your average stock is doing well. Let's take a look at just breadth here across the board. Yeah, we still have more stocks advancing in decline. We have way more. We have 78 stocks making a new low versus only 29 making new highs, or 78% making new highs, 22% making new lows. So overall a wide breadth day, but the big guys, the big guys that everyone looks at and follows, they're getting pulled back just a little bit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Back in a Tesla short as well.
All right, wicked trading.
I'm doing the backswing today.
I can't blame you. That makes perfect sense, right? If you're seeing most stocks are up, but then there's this sector of stocks that are down. If you're going to short something,
right here.
Right, go after the guys that are down, right? Kick a man when he's down. That's a good thing to do in the trading world, right?
All right, now I'm looking for 379 if it can continue to drop.
Jane's
Yeah,
like,
that's
just
right,
pick
Jay.
a man, period.
That's right, Jay Shine right there. Everyone's waiting for the profit take day, right? And it just looks like that's so far. That's today, depending on where you're looking, right? If you're the Qs, definitely a profit taking day so far. RSP,
But it doesn't
not
have to
yet.
even be
No.
profit taking, right? It can just be over where, I mean, we are on overbought levels, right? Like,
Yeah, and that's how we pull
it
back a
could,
bit, right?
you know what I mean?
People
It
just go,
doesn't
okay,
have to be profit taking, right? There is going to be some profit taking here, right? There's
oh,
just
you'd be
bound to
crazy
be,
not to,
right?
right?
But
12% in 3 weeks.
like,
Like,
no, I mean, let's say like the institutions,
take
do they
it.
got to cover here? No, they'll probably stay in. They probably got in down at that bottom spot there. They're not covering here. They're waiting for pullbacks to add, right?
Well, and it's not all or none, right? You could say, okay, time to ring the register on a third of my position. We come back down, I rebuy that. So this is
That's
the
exactly the game they play, right?
the big story, the big thing that I'm always interested in is, okay, now when you get the pullback, you start to do, and again, I'm not a big fib guy, but you start to find where the levels are, right? How deep does the pullback get? If we just get like a little shallow, like barely to this day's
Bad one.
low or something, like a little tick down, and then we rip higher again, that just shows you that there's overwhelming, right? The first tiny little dip got bought right up. If we start to go in and, we're a little bit deeper, maybe into these prior highs right there, still bullish, a little bit less excitingly bullish. So where do the dip buyers come in? That's the next question. And that's the patient part of trading where we don't know. But that to me gives me the most amount of information. It's because if you're hungry for a dip and we dip like 2% and you're buying it, then you just know that there's so much money sitting waiting. If we dip 1% and then it reverses and rips higher, you're like, okay, these guys they're chomping at the bit. So car, I see
It's hanging.
popping
It's
about.
hanging. I'm in the
Just
green,
hanging.
but I'm just right there, right? I got like around 401s. So I needed to go to that down halt again. That's what we really want to see here. That down halt come right back in, right?
Yeah,
And then that's the real wash, right? So
overall market downtick, I think will definitely help you with that. If you just get a little bit of push
just a
down,
little bit of scare, right? A little
just,
pullback. Look at the XLI pulling back also, right? You're getting that pullback in a lot of sectors now. Last 15 minutes, now you're starting to see just only things that are moving up. You got tech bouncing a little bit, energy continuing, and industrials at 0.01. The rest in the red now on the pullback. In the last 5 minutes, we're talking short. I always keep like a short, really tight scanner, and then one that covers the whole day. Reason I want to see that is I want to see if there's anything that's really green, but also continuing the strength, right? Just ripping, right? So the areas of that would be, that's your energy trade today, up 1.71 from the open and up 0.14 in the last couple of minutes here. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second here.
Yeah, for sure.
Sure. Yeah, so no, I was just looking. There's no big numbers tomorrow. Usually Friday is where they pack in a lot of the big economic numbers, but there's nothing there except some Fed dudes yapping. So market might just chill out a bit and wait for old Trumpo to kind of come up and see what he's going on about. But yeah, I just asked Perplexity too, just to see if it was, one of those Trump RX events or something. But no, it's all war related stuff. So yeah,
I'm
it
in
could
a
be one of those.
Microsoft.
You hold your cards a little bit to your chest, and you wait. You wait for Trump to hopefully not tank us by saying he's going back in, put boots on the ground or something crazy, and then off to the races.
Off to the races we go.
Oil 3% up today. Look at this chart of USO. Just bam.
So did Tesla flip? I don't know. I didn't. Let's see. Is Tesla up now?
Yeah, oil is just grinding higher there. Nope. New lows. New lows for the Tesla. Yeah, even RSP not coming down a bit, but it's just holding on. So to see the Qs down a quarter point and to see RSP up half a point, there is big cap tech is not having a bad time or good time. Silver just poo-pooed there right out of the blue. Big drop there in silver. I'm going to take silver off this watch list soon. It's not hasn't done anything interesting. Yeah, Mag 7, just look at this trend.
Daddy needs a new car.
There she goes.
How's it going? How's car?
Daddy needs a new car. Let's go. Daddy needs a new car. Let's get it. A new car.
Is the price right?
Man. It's the best traders.
Did you get in?
If you have to have yourself a little bit of traders therapy after trading, just put on The Price is Right. I think it's the #1 game any trader should watch. Why?
Oh, that was my sick show. When you're
Because
sick
it's
from school, right?
Yeah, exactly. I used to fake sick to watch The Price is Right, man.
I remember the Andy Griffith show.
Oh man, and the truth is that you want to watch that show because it's all about what? Winning and losing tons of money, but having fun while doing it. This is how trading should be about. You should be having fun while you're doing this, right? You should be understanding that it's all about what? And you watch, anybody that watches The Price is Right, you know there's strategy to every game. There's ways to play every single game. And if you play it right, you might just win, right? It's always a probability thing. And that's just what the market is, right? So I always think it's one of the best things to watch after trading.
We've got Microsoft testing the lows of the day. Target 411.58.
Yeah, Mag 7 is now about to hit 1% down.
All right. Well, we got another trader joining us today as we keep the party alive. Let's go ahead. Let's queue up Jesse here. Bring him on to the show. How we doing, Jesse?
Good morning, Muddy Mitch, Jane, Michael. How are you guys doing?
Good morning. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, it's nice to meet you, Jane. I watched you trade yesterday. That was a lot of fun.
Thank you.
There you
Where
go.
are you
You were on
tuning
the
in
prime
from?
time.
I'm in St. Louis, Missouri.
Ah, very nice. I went to Rhodes College in Memphis.
Oh, you did? Nice. Very good.
Yeah, have you ever been to Lambert's?
Oh, yeah, the restaurant? Sure.
Yeah, Sikeston, Missouri. Home of the throne rolls. I have my license. I got it in Memphis. We would fly to Sikeston. They would pick us up at the airport and bring us in through the back door.
Wow, that's really cool. Yes, I have had rolls thrown at my head before. At Lambert's before. Yes, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
That's a good
What
time.
are you trading?
I hope the quarters didn't get you.
That's right. The price wouldn't be right then. Yeah, I'm looking at MU right now. It was going up, and it looked like it was about to maybe go back to that pre-market high of 459. It's kind of dancing at the moment, maybe consolidating, and it's forming a green candle on the 1 minute. Maybe it's going up. So I'm kind of interested in that. I've already traded it a few times, and I traded it poorly. So that hasn't been too much fun. And then I'm also looking at Tesla today. I had a couple of good trades on that. It had such a big day yesterday. I figured it needed to go down today or maybe consolidate for a little while. Just as far as numbers are concerned, I marked a liquidity level of about 383. It's had a lot of touches there in the last several weeks. So I thought that may be a place of support, and that's where it's at actually right now, actually, as I look at it. So we'll see if it can kind of maybe hover around there and then maybe start breaking up. But we'll see if 383 is a number of support. And again, just kind of going back to MU, we're pretty close to all-time highs from the numbers that I looked at. I have a number of 471.30 roughly. Could be blue skies after that. You guys correct me if I'm wrong, but that's those are just some basic numbers that I've been eyeing lately this morning.
Man, no levels is wrong as long as it's levels for you to watch, right?
And if I'm right.
Yeah.
The important thing.
Yeah, and I mean, at the end of the day, it's always time frame, right? I can point to any level if I keep messing around with the time frame and moving it around.
Right.
But I think it's interesting, definitely, to watch the action, and I think we'll see if we get some little pullback. I don't think any of us are worried on these pullbacks, but it's going to be an approach that we can look at, right? I think a telling sign will be like a trade like IGV. Right now you're having that pullback. It was ripping yesterday, ripping, and you're getting a little bit of some profit taken, right? So just be careful out there. Mags, of course, another area that you're seeing the pullback, and Daddy, just might get a new car, baby. Let's go. Let's
SPY,
go,
I'm
car.
looking here.
Are we going to go for it? Are we going to go for another down halt? We're down, guys. We're down. And I got this in the swing.
MU's
In the
pushing up.
swing, baby. Let's go. We're swinging short car, baby.
That might be wicked, right? For a couple day move. Again, even if this thing comes down to like what 250, that's still an amazing rip from what it had.
Oh,
You know,
yeah.
that's not even going to be close to the halfway point of this just stupid rally. And the second it cracks, you know everyone's going to start leaning on it hard. Like if you were long this thing, you'd say, okay, the first real red day, that's it. Takes a profit, move on with your life. And yeah, it could be today. Who knows?
Who knows?
Maybe Trump tonight will go, oh man, I love Avis budget car rental service, and the thing's $1,000 tomorrow. Who knows?
Somebody that's long car.
MU's pushing up. It's just tapped the pre-market high of the day.
All right, Jesse, feel free if you'd like to share screen too. You know, you can always share it. We'll get our producer to kind of get you lined up with that, but feel free. Right.
All right, guys. I'm back on Bird. I'm going to monitor the trade. Have a great
the bird's
one.
the word.
Enjoy it. I'm waiting for that bird to land. That's right. I'm going to help it land.
Let that bird land.
Have a great one.
Nice
See
to
you all
meet
next
you.
week.
Great one, Jane.
Yeah.
Good to meet you.
Take care, Jane. Is that the hangover trade? Where's Kevin when you need him? Is Bird the hangover trade?
Long, short. Yeah, just
hey,
throughout.
She's playing it. She's playing it. The bird's the word. And is there some momentum there? Oh, yeah. Without a doubt. Without a doubt. On bird's the word. We'll see if it flushes through 12.
Right, this is one of those dumbest things ever that wouldn't shock me if this thing goes all the way back down. It wouldn't shock anyone. Just again,
I could see this thing going to 10 and then coming back, right? Like that's how this type of stock's going to be. There's no
who knows? Maybe
easy way.
They're the greatest AI, formerly shoe company, now AI company in the world. This thing's like $1,000 stock in a bit.
You never know. They might raise money in this and then be able to buy an actual AI company, right? That's what I would do if I was the CEO. I would have been calling every bank imaginable yesterday. Will you take my money?
Well, and I guess I don't, again, I've never heard. I asked my wife anytime it's like clothing related, like, you heard of these shoes? She's like, no. But they're going to sell the IP so they could maybe get a couple bucks from that, all the manufacturing.
Hold on, the IP.
Yeah, so there you go. That's going to be their billions of dollars raised to buy GPU. So, but yes, it needs,
I bet you their site is like probably crashing from all the people buying the shoes. The shoes is now the funny part. Let's take a look
I
at
thought
these
about
shoes.
that. I actually thought about that. I was like, I'm gonna bring these up. I don't know.
Have it up right now. Let's take a look.
Canada or whatever, and the tariff behind it and all that kind of stuff. But I'm like, man, I should buy some of these shoes just to have some.
It looks basic, man. Take a look at
my
them.
AI
Let me put my screen up here. Producer, put me up. Help me out here. All right.
Look like fine shoes.
Look like real basic shoes, you know.
Oh, nice.
Oh, basic shoes, you know.
Yeah, it seem like fine shoes. That's probably why. It's probably why the stock price is like it is. They're just like.
How comfortable are they?
Regular shoes.
I mean, you could tell from the amount of cushion they have. Yeah, it's gonna be a comfortable shoe, right? It's like a lifted kind of casual wear, right? That's why you're seeing like the models all like kind of dressed up a little bit more with that casual wear. Oh, by the beach kind of guy.
Oh, the no socks and man, I'm never doing that. The
no socks
in the shoes things, shot. Yeah, you
no
one
socks.
shot. You get one shot, and those shoes are demons now that have to be just. Take one of those.
Well, the bird's the word. We'll find out if the bird keeps it going today. And I'm sure the site was seeing a ton of attraction there. Guys, I'm holding on to dear breath here with Carr. We'll see what happens. Only thing you can do is, I guess, take the shot. We'll see what happens now if we can get that breakdown. It's definitely moving, of course, the MYSC.
Was moving. Yeah.
Crazy stock of the day. That's falling fast now, back down to 360. So with that one kind of coming down, maybe Bird Ain't the word. I don't know. We'll see.
Maybe it's not.
Okay. Maybe it's not, guys. All right, we'll be looking around out there, guys. Stick around. It's going to be a fun day today. We, of course, got Netflix earnings after the bell today. So don't miss that stream. Steve, Kevin, taking over. If you guys miss my man Kevin, go check him out there tonight on Netflix.
For sure. It's going to be a
But
blast.
don't turn on your Netflix and ask for Kevin. He's not on the Netflix. He's covering Netflix.
Let's take a look here at the chart. I haven't even looked at this.
Well,
this to me was the dumbest software of sell-off of all the different software sell-offs. Netflix.
The Netflix?
What's
Claude
it was
like because the WBD purchase, though. Remember, the Warner Brothers purchase actually affected them to the negative side there. That's what kind of brought the stock down, really. And I mean, the 10 for 1 split, right? We all know how stocks perform after splits. People think that they do well after splits. A lot of times, the majority of the time, stocks actually downtrend for a good while after a split. Just ask CMG and those burritos, how they've done after you split them in half. But, you know, Netflix has now done a nice bounce back. Ad tier done really well. If you look at the fundamentals, if you're a fundamentalist, right, Netflix doesn't look bad. Mm-hmm. It's continuing to win, dude. And winners win, right? So I wouldn't bet against them in the long run. Another thing that they've added a lot is live sports now, right? Now you kind of have to watch, like, basketball games will be on there, football games, right? And that forces people to get it. And we're creatures of spending, man. So if you're you know, the holiday hits and, you know, the football game's on Netflix and you don't have Netflix, well, family's coming over, you're going to buy Netflix. Mm-hmm. Even if it's for 1 month, right? And then a lot of us, you know how it is. We buy a subscription to something, and next thing you know, 8 months down the line, we're like, oh, snap, we're still subscribed to this thing? What's going on? Well, right. Hey, Netflix continuing to win, raising their pricing too. Why? Because they want more live sports and more events, more boxing matches and things like that, right? At least we don't have to pay for pay-per-view anymore. We get it on Netflix.
That's right.
Pay-per-view, I mean, used to be
that
crazy.
Used to be the thing. That pay-per-view, that was, yeah.
Even UFC events are going to start, like, kind of shifting off of that pay-per-view style, going for more of, hey, I'll team up with Netflix and get ads revenue and that type of revenue that's more consistent than your pay-per-view money, because literally they're just holding on a breath to see the sales, right? So we'll see what happens with that. The big UFC White House event coming up.
Sponsored by Grindr. Did you see that? So
is it really?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
So that's a nice little bounce for that guy.
Tesla is testing the VWAP. You guys say VWAP or VWAP? I've heard both.
Oh, it's got to be WAP, man.
It's got to be WAP.
It has to be the WAP.
My goodness, thank you. I've heard so many people say VWAP. I'm like, the A is an A.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You don't know what language you speak in.
Doesn't matter. It's VWAP.
In English, it's VWAP.
That's right. That's right. Oh, Tesla's making a good move here.
I think it's more the people that try to, like, you know, just sound a little special, you know. The VWAP.
It's the difference between niche and niche. You know,
tomato, you know.
Tomato. I say VWAP, but anyway, Tesla's make some moves.
Do you say water or do you say water? Water.
Right.
What's going on out there, guys? The market is on the slowdown, it seems like, as we are just slowly trickling down. And I'm sure all the bulls are like me right now. They're just like, this is all the bears can do?
I know, this is a very lackluster
it really
drop,
is.
right? Like,
it's like, dude, this is it? This is all you can do?
So SPY back to flat. Q's just flipped positive. Just been hanging around up or down like 0.1% one way or the other.
Yeah.
And just
Bitcoin is the one I like on the pullback here in the long run. Bitcoin still hasn't had the rally, man. What are you thinking about that, Michael?
watching to buy more Ethereum, I think, than Bitcoin, but out of this base, it's holding great. You know, I got slapped a little bit last time I tried to buy out of the space, but I'll give it a shot again. It's going to move, you know, the correlation's in there. It's going to move with IVG, right? If software goes up, then this will go up. But yeah, tax right. Fed Williams is speaking, whoever that guy is.
Oh, Williams. What do you think about crypto overall or Bitcoin? Jesse, do you trade it?
Yeah, so I have some XRP, but it was more of like when I got in it when I didn't really know much about it. So I'm just like, okay, yeah, I had a family member tell me, hey, get some XRP. And this thing's going to go to the moon, family XRP stuff. And then I got in after I put money into it. And now I'm like, I don't know. We'll see.
The family table is fun, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm like, there's fun arguments to be had at the family table. For sure. Bitcoin, I don't have any of. I should have bought it, right? Like 10 years ago or so. I should have got in. But yeah, I did not get in on Bitcoin especially when it was really low. I should have. Did you when Bitcoin first started?
The earliest buy of Bitcoin that I can say was and dare I say, when I was trying to jump onto the Silk Road back in 2009, when I was trying to find out about the dark web.
Yeah, sure.
And that's when I still to this day, I don't know where it is, but there's a hard drive out there with like $300 worth of Bitcoin, but we're talking $300 worth of 2009 Bitcoin, which is pretty good amount. Couple $1,000 for sure. It's out there somewhere. Somewhere out there, some trash probably has it. Because we didn't end up buying anything on it. Well, I got onto it though, and then I really woke up about the world. I was like, holy crap. You can buy rocket launchers.
I know for a while Elon was he was selling flamethrowers, and they like sold out in like a day or something crazy.
Oh yeah. Tesla flamethrower? I would want one.
Yeah. I don't know if it was. I don't know how they charged it or whatever.
They're gonna give Optimus those, right? They're gonna give Optimus those, right? When he starts taking over the world.
Sure.
Little do we know, like you see, like the face just like crumble, like half his face is just like a robot. Like Musk is just the Terminator coming to get us.
Michael, did you get into
halted down?
Are you into crypto?
Yeah, I used to work for a crypto miner, like way back 2018. So I was building bots for them and everything there. So I got a little bit that I've got it in a hard wallet and like a safety deposit box, just locked away. Just right, I don't want to. I want to look at, and then I trade it, right? Because it's like, to me, it's anything else. If you look at the correlation between Bitcoin and the software index, it's the same. It's the same thing. Right? It just trades like a software company, but. Yeah, so I'm not like a super hardcore guy, but I was like, you know what, should dump just a couple bucks into it in case I'm wrong. This thing ends up taking over the world. So far, I've been proven right. That it didn't help us during inflation. It didn't help during war. It didn't help. Right, it hasn't done any of the things that the Bitcoin maxi said it would. But this WHSP, just be careful, guys, because it opened up from a halt. And tried to rip there for a little bit, and then I just saw it slam back down and halt back down. So be careful. That might have been the rug right there. We'll see where this guy opens.
Do you guys have thoughts on XRP since we're on the subject?
XRP,
move with the rest of
them. I know there's like that whole like under talk of the XRP, and Jane would be great to talk about this with, Jesse. Okay. Just saying that. So I think Jane would love to have a conversation about this on stream. But I think at the end of the day, it is what it is, man. And there's always manipulations. And if there's anywhere where there's going to be manipulations, it's probably going to be in new assets, right? So just always remember that, right? That's just the way it works, right? Whenever there's things that can be complex and new, that's where the biggest manipulations will happen, right? Because people don't understand it, You know what I mean? So then if they don't understand it, then who cares if you manipulate it? They have no idea that you're manipulating it right underneath their eyes, right? And that's how a lot of people get destroyed in these kind of meme coins. But hey, to each his own, right?
Well, it
The
fills
chat
a
talking about some stocks out there. I just want to mention space stocks continuing. We'll see if those continue. Those were on my list this morning also, as we're seeing a big push there in some space stocks. Rocket Lab continuing to the upside with that one.
and AI. Someone mentioned, holy smokes, that's a bleed. It's just a sell program right there for sure.
I mean, that AI, dude, I can tell you right now, I can, without a doubt in my mind, if there's any company that doesn't have AI, it's AI. I still remember, man, when this stock was ripping to the moon and I watched one investor presentation and I said, Mitch, never again. Never waste your time again on watching this investor presentation, because it was just like as bad as it can get, right? So you're seeing that wash out for sure. Hey guys, there's a knock at the door, and look who's coming in, probably ready to talk about the car. Hey, are we going to halt down now, Josh? Can we get it? Can we get it, baby?
You want it. You want it, don't you?
Oh, you know I'm in, baby. You know I'm in. I'm on the swing. I'm on the swing account, Josh. Let's go.
All right,
we ready.
Yeah, I think she's topped out there. That magical 20's coming in at 400, man. I think she's coming down to I would say 375 coming up soon with the big spread. So, dude, that was crazy, wasn't it? Earlier when I saw a car halted, I was like, "What's going on here?" This plane never halts, so it was. At least I don't see it halt much. That was absolutely.
How on earth did I say 405 and not 420?
I know, right?
Come on, man. The pun intended there. You got to see it. The 420 affecting the car. Haha, pun intended, right? Car got a little bit too high last night here and decided it wanted to come down.
It's like commercial always see. I drive better when he hits his vape, and then someone swerves into his car. I'm like, every time I see it, I'm like, he didn't swerve. Someone swerved into him. Like, what's going on here? Like, yeah.
Poor guy, man, getting attacked by vehicles on the highway, you know?
What do we got going on here?
What's up, Josh? It's good to see you, my friend.
Yeah. And of course, you got ONFO, WSHP. We had BTOG. All these small cap plays halting today. I guess, yesterday with Bird is the word. Got it going.
Is Bird the word again today, or is Bird no word?
Bird, no word. And I think that's what maybe scared. Yeah, I think that maybe scared traders off to where we don't get a clear direction today. ONFO, WSHP. I like MAMO, MAMO. It's just a nice slow mover. But yeah, it has been crazy out here today.
It'll be a wild day indeed. And definitely as the market comes down, we'll see if maybe some of that euphoria comes out and you don't see that gig pump. One thing I am seeing pumping today, USO pumping up here towards 126 now and really holding well. So if you're wondering what's affecting it, it's the oil bounce. I talked about it early today that you could see a dead cat bounce in that oil names. And I think that's what we're seeing here, right? It's just kind of that dead cat bounce look. Of course, these names have been hit hard, and now you're seeing a little bit of that bounce look. Where are we going? I think we go to trend line approaches. I always talk about these all the time on USO. You can draw a trend line from that high through that last spike, which drives right into this kind of action. So I don't think we're too far from the turnaround. Maybe we get up there to 128s. But if I see 130s or let's say 134s is when I'd start to get concerned that oil's coming back. So we can take a look at USO right here. I'll show you guys that trend line approach really quickly here. Take a look at the daily. You can see how I always talk about these, right? You're always looking for stocks to kind of come near the trend line. Doesn't necessarily mean it's going to break it, right? So it's a quick little reversal back to that trend line break. We'll see if we can just see a little bit of a tweak above towards like 128 and then the move back down, right? So I think that's what you're getting here. And then the XLE looks very similar, right? Dead cat bouncing, coming back there for trend line approaches, right? I talk about these all the time. They just come back to the trend line. And they're not telling you they're going to break out, but they come back to that trend line a lot, right? So that level being that area to kind of watch for rejections above 57s, right?
I guess there's Williams guys out there ranting about inflation, so...
Well, rant about inflation some more, so Daddy can get a new car.
Yeah, I don't think anyone overly cares what this guy says, because if you look at the market, we haven't done a whole lot today. It's just been kind of up, down again, down 0.14%. You know,
we need a crashing car sound. So producer,
Josh, did you have your pancakes?
Did you get? Oh, Josh didn't get his pancakes. He's muted. He didn't get the sugar.
I muted it. That was my bad.
The sugar.
Yeah, right. Yeah. No, that was fun yesterday. I just had to go a little first take, ESPN there for half a second. That was fun though. He bit into it. He right away he was like, oh, we had a little fun there. French toast versus pancakes or waffles. What say you, Mitch and Mr. Nos? What do you go? You're going waffle. If you could pick one for the rest of your life, you got waffles. You're gonna do pancakes. Or you're going French toast.
I'll go French toast because it will make me the least fat of the three. There's at least egg on it, like some protein, I guess.
I like it.
Taste wise is waffles, right? But living longer, it's French toast.
You could spicing up that waffle, right? Throw a little Greek yogurt on top of it, right? Something a little bit to make it a little better, right? Give yourself some health aspects to it. But yeah, we're throwing some honey on there too, so maybe a little waffle life. But yeah, I mean, you can't go wrong with a French toast. I don't think anybody in their right mind. But French toast can get tiring, so I would have to say the waffle, because I can do so many different things. I can make a sweet waffle. I can make a little bit of a savory waffle too, right? Pancakes.
That was me for pancakes, where you could, that's like you can make things out of it.
You can mix it.
French toast is French toast. That's pretty much it. You can put the compote on top or whatever. But yes, I like that. That's hilarious, Nos. That is true. Because that the least fattening. There you go. Go with French toast. It's good. They're all
it's
great.
Good for you, but it's
exactly. That's why it's
the
so
least
good.
bad. Right?
Yeah.
You can make protein pancakes, and you can make them out of eggs.
Yeah,
and like
you go.
Really
Protein
simple
pancakes.
Ingredients, and so actually, it may be high in carbs, but it's not actually terrible with the fats.
There we go.
I've seen some do it on YouTube, so just throwing that out.
Chat, We're kicking it to you guys. Waffles, pancakes, French toast.
It's a good one.
Let's see the post.
And chicken, chicken and waffles. But then when you get pancakes or French toast, you're gonna have to have some sausage or bacon with it. And to me, that's just as good as chicken and waffles, really. So you got to pair that meat.
I see the chat talking about a very important area here. Tack bringing it in here. That Crow knows the maple syrup, and it has to be the real stuff, right? The real maple syrup. That's why we call Michael Noss and we say, "Hey, slide us some of that Canadian." Slide us some of that Canadian, dude.
Tariffing
the crap out of it. Get out of here.
All right, guys, but car coming down here, and
there's PS375. Yeah, come on.
Boom, baby. Let's go. Let's get after it. Car dropping at 375. You guys know Money Mitch coming back and feeling like, you know what? I'm ready to take down the beast that is car. Getting after it today. Talked about it also on Trader TV, and said, you know what? Why not? Why not? And the places that you can do this, trade the pool, of course. Right? Because I think that, in any real account, I would probably be scared to take this trade. But the truth is that I'm not scared here. Why? Because at the end of the day, I have what Josh has right on, right? His shirt, limited risk. And that's what matters most, right? In Trade the Pool. And with that, you can be taking trades yourself and taking and pushing to the next level. Taking shorts like this, right? If you want to short penny stocks, Trade the Pool might be the way, right? Where you're protected on some upside, right? A lot of places, it's unlimited risk to that upside, right? Guess what? They're coming knocking on your door and asking for their money. All right. So in this case, you have the potential to take a trade like this and have confidence that you are not going to owe the broker $1 million. So check out Trade the Pool if you haven't done so in the past, guys. And this is why you do it, right? And also to the long side, right? On that car, right? You could have been riding this long side and using the buying power that we give you to really make massive returns, right? Imagine if you've been long car and riding this wave, right? You might have to hide in a cave to keep the gains, but it's been doing really well for you guys. Who long car down there at like 300 or 200? Shout out to you guys out there.
Yeah, the real guy. What? Yeah, $100 up to 4. Yeah, this could be the crack day, and it's one of those. There's a lot of people just sitting there and like, give me an excuse to take profits on this name. Give me some reason. And so the first weakness they see, if it was me, right, the first like solid red day I'm seeing, I'm like, okay, that's it. Take it and run.
Let's go. Now up over 300 on this swing. Let's get it, guys. Let's get it. Now we're looking good here. So part of me can either cash some here, but of course, we're going for a little bit more here, guys. We're going to go for a max win really quickly, and I think we could get that in one type of halt down. Carr can give us one halt down here. We're good, right? Can we get that one halt on the downside?
He's wanting that juice. That juice.
Yeah, that juice. Because what happens is, like what Michael just said, the excuse to take profit comes in.
Yeah.
The excuse hits what? They hit the out button. They hit the sell button. Hit the sell button right now, guys. Hit it.
And if I'm up that much on the trade, I'm not being like nice and trying to like limit out on the aspirin. I'm like, screw this shit. I'm like, this thing just tripled. Dude. I'm out. Just a market. Get me out of this thing. I'm okay if I take 20, 30 cent slippage on a $400 a share winner. Just get me out, man.
I'm a short right now, Carr.
Nice.
Joining the trade, my friend.
You got me in. I jumped in the car. It's a getaway car.
It's the getaway. It's the getaway. It's the Ejecto-Cedo meme.
Yeah,
you guys remember Fast and the Furious, but guess what, baby? Poof, you're out, baby. Get out of here. Let's go. Ejecto-Cedo. Yeah, we're going to see that out there. And of course, oil.
Good stuff.
Of course, getting the spike out there. We'll see if that continues to work out there. It's SPY, though, really not losing altitude. It tells us more and more what? Yeah, there's some serious appetite for dip buying. Michael, those money managers today are like, oh, man, did I just dip buy on the wrong day? But yeah, there's the catch-up trade. We've talked about it, right? There's a lot of money managers that will be watching and waiting. I need to get in.
How are you explaining that one to clients? I'm like, man,
this is why I talked about it last week. On Thursday, like I said on Friday, they were already going to talk about it. So what did they do? On Monday, they came in with the buying plan, right? They worked all weekend with the buying plan. So Monday, Tuesday, you get the push. Wednesday, you get the push. Now you're getting the pullback, right? It just makes sense, right? So.
Yeah, you got to, the smart guys are going to take a little bit of profit, and then, it's like we talked about, right? You go to the SPY, and we know, you don't need to be a CMT. You don't need to be crazy to see this and say, okay, pullback's coming. The question is just how much, right? If it's a little tiny pullback and then buyers come in, that just shows you there's only certain things that happen in the market that you cannot hide, right? You cannot hide when you're dip buying like this, because if we just downtick like 1% or so and then rip to new all-time highs again, then that to me is like the huge hand showing of these market makers saying, man, we are in a bad way. We need any dip at all to buy. And that's what we saw in 2025, like pretty much all of 2025 after this huge reversal higher. We were talking about it here. Everyone in the world was short. Right? You looked at the commitment of traders data, it was still short the whole time. And then every little downtick for the entire year, everything that dropped even ever so slightly just got bought up until this year. So if we're gonna repeat, same administration, same kind of created a crisis and then completely tacoed out of the crisis that was created, could be the same story. Now, I'm still in the camp. I'm not. The whole year I've been saying this since December. We are in a midterm year. If you look at the seasonality behind it, it's not till after the summer that would really spike up. So maybe we get a couple percent new all-time high and then maybe a bit of a pullback.
Let's find a chart on that, right? Because I think there's a nice one that that was just recently released by Jeffrey. So if you could pull that one, it would be really great. I know Ryan Dietrich retweeted it. It was a very important one. It also mentioned during Trump presidency. And I like that line specifically. So
yeah, the April taco, right?
And we were already expecting this month to be good, right? We talked about it right off the top of the month, right? I caught that Ryan Dietrich stat. I love Ryan Dietrich because he is the way that I measure bulls, right? And he gives me that ability. And certain times I'm going to lean on that, right? 80% green April. Well, I felt like that was coming in, right? Like it made sense for that to kind of work out, and we've seen a big move off of it.
Yeah, it's funny. This one, right? I think this one you're talking about I got here.
Mitch, what is your thesis on CAR? What is your thought or your idea on CAR regarding? Do you have like a number in mind where you think it might have a level of support, or how far do you think we'll drop?
It's going to be more dependent on the market's deterioration of trying to push psychology right now of risk off, right? So right now we're getting the scare, right? Like Michael said, the profit taking will start to come in. That's what I think can drive down from here on 370s. Now, if we want to get back to, let's say, 200s today, well, we're going to need the SPY coming back a significant amount also. So you keep your eyes on the SPY and Q start to rip higher, risk appetite comes back in, and CAR could actually catch some dip buys, right? So the mentality is to either trail it, have that mentality, right, of where you want to start taking profits. I'm more focused on my profit take areas. Of course, I'm just going to try to get like a max win, and then I'll try to even get back into the trade. One of the things that I think is important sometimes in these like evals, right? If it's an eval and you have a max win, take that max win, give yourself that cushion, and then just look for a bounce to get back into the trade. Use some of that cushion to take the trade again. Yeah. Even if you're not, like, let's say, in an eval, I think it sometimes makes sense when we have these huge unrealized gains, to just take a big portion of that, make it realized, and now use that as your risk versus continuing to use the risk that you have on and taking your trade to break even. That's what a lot of traders will do, right? Michael and I talk about how that doesn't always work out, and break evens kind of a lot of times will ruin your trade. So instead of going break even, why not just secure some of the profit? That's the same kind of mentality, bringing certainty by actually paying yourself, right? And I think that's where I've studied a lot of like the big winners, right? Big winners. I like to fall into those. I talk about them where, like, it's not going to always come, but the way that you get those, right, is having that mentality, right? And being also able to size up, right? Once you start winning, and then having the mentality of, okay, so I'll take some profits on the next breakdown and then just try to ride the remainder. And that kind of mentality is what needs to be in play here from CAR.
Sure.
You can't always think that you have it right. It's more about, is it the perfect environment for the collapse today?
Yeah. Yeah.
And just looking at going back to the seasonality chat, and this might actually be
let's go to it.
We clip out for the education today, just because it's timely, came up on the fly. So seasonality, right? There's things in seasonality that make a whole lot of sense. There's things in seasonality that I think are a bit like phooey, like moon cycles and things like that. But what makes a whole lot of sense is taxes, and it is elections, because these are things that you cannot avoid, and they're obviously going to be market moving in some way. An administration comes in, they're going to have different goals and targets, and we're friendly to this sector and unfriendly to that sector, and tax rates and all kinds of stuff. So the idea behind this election seasonality is there's a pretty standard kind of 4-year cycle. There's the honeymoon phase right after the election, which would have been 2025, where you have generally a bullish year. It's exactly what happened. And then coming into elections, there's this period of uncertainty and also a period of like mudslinging, where everyone's going to expose everyone else's nonsense. And that creates this first chart, which is interesting. So most years, so this is 26 years of data in this chart, and the yellow line we're focused on right now, this is what most years look like, in which you have a good start to the year, and then you have some sort of kind of pullback. But then generally speaking, most years, 75-80% of the time, you buy anywhere on the S&P 500, you're up a year later, right? So most years you're going to have an upward sloping chart like this. Midterm election years, you get this blue line, and that is a whole lot of kind of chop, slop, and nothing until right here, which is going to be September, October, when there's some amount of certainty on who's going to win. This isn't a partisan thing, doesn't matter which side, just the market goes, okay, I know what the structure of my government will look like. Therefore, I can start placing bets on what sectors I think are going to do well and poor and everything under this election. So it's more of a just institutional traders that take months and quarters to enter and exit positions, just saying, especially as we get closer in this kind of summer to the election, let's just chill. Let's hold off. Let's wait till we get some sort of certainty, and then we'll start really starting to plow in. So you have this very common. So the whole, I went into the year, the whole thing I've been saying, I've been expecting chop and slop this year. It's because of this chart. Right? It's because of the fact that not only do we get these choppy years into elections, but it just makes sense to me that you don't know who's going to win. You just kind of hold your bets and you wait until you get some more certainty, and then you place your bets after that. Now, focusing, this is why I've been saying it's been working out amazing so far this year, is because generally you have a little bit of a down beginning of this year, right? February, March, pull back, and then into end of March, April, May, you get a nice rally, and then again the chop enters as you get closer to the election. You just take that and you look at what happened so far this year. If we go out to, their car is continuing to go, we go to the SPY here, it's kind of exactly what we've been seeing. A whole lot of sloppy nonsense mess, and then a little bit of a pullback. I think we were down like 9.5% or something at one point, and now we're right back up. Seasonally, that's it makes a lot of sense. So if this is going to continue, you just expect more of this annoying choppy action into the end of the year, and then when the election's decided, off we go. Again, doesn't have to follow, but that's what the seasonality says. So the chart that Mitch was talking about was this one right here, which is super interesting, where a couple lines here, so we'll take a second to explain it. The blue line, the dark blue line, is the chart we just showed you, in which you're down February, flat in March, and then right up in April. And then you have the pullback into October, and then after October, off you go. That's the same chart I just showed you, this blue line. This is the chop and slop of midterm election type years. Now, the other chart that I think is super interesting here, we'll ignore the rest, but is the green line. And this green line calls it like the Trump cycle. So far, we've had, 5 years now? So it's not a huge amount, but if you just take every year and you say, okay, what does the market look like by month? You get a pullback in February and March, and a lot of this is going to be moved by what happened last year. But then also, if you see 2020 happened in March, and then 2025 happened in March and April. So you get that pullback into March and April, and then you get the taco, and then a bounce to new highs, and then continuation for the rest of the year. So the funny thing is both of those charts are kind of lining up. Early half weakness, kind of second quarter nonsense, and then fourth quarter rally. So all of this is lining up. So it's a good thing to kind of point to and say, historically, again, with Trump, it's only going to be 5 years of data. That's not a huge amount of data. But historically, you get this kind of cycle of early weakness, some sort of taco in March, April, and then off to the races after that. There's been 3 big events so far under Trump that have taken place in this time frame. So if it's going to continue, we're probably going to get this new high, some chop around the new high for the next few months, and then elections off. So, and that's how, so I filter out, and again, shout out to Jeffrey Hirsch. We should get him on. I have an interview with him live that's, I'm sure, coming out at some point. And they've been doing this for 60 some odd years, where they come out with the Stock Traders Almanac once a year and just kind of highlight historically significant things. And I don't really, again, like I mentioned, I don't subscribe to all of it, but they say death and taxes. We could say elections and taxes. Those are the two things that makes the most sense. So seasonality is going to go through, in theory, the worst is behind us for the year. We're up and choppy for the rest of the year there. Cool.
Good stuff, bro.
Oh, yeah, so Crow's just asked for one more thing while I'm in rant mode here, and then we'll have some volume related stuff. So I'll bring this in here. There's this mythos that a rally that happens on low volume is somehow bad. And it's one of those things that I think was just said once from a trader, and then it's just been repeated over time. So this guy, this Alpha Tika, I don't know. I did 22-year study on the S&P 500 and just showed essentially how much of a rally do you get when the market is doing low volume versus how much do you get when it's doing high volume. And the long and short of it is there's way more price action that occurs and positive price action that occurs on low volume than high volume. I can share this in the chat if anyone wants to read it. I don't want just already ranted for like 5 minutes. I don't want to read the whole thing, but basically it makes sense as well if you really just sit back and think about it. You can rally on no volume if there's no sellers. If no one is selling shares, then it is easier for a stock to move when there's no volume because there's no one stepping in their way, putting asks out and bid. So the 10-day forward and the 20-day forward return are market beating only when the volume is low. So if you go look at your charts, you'll see a lot of the same as well, where you have high volume around turning points and then volume drifts off as trends persist. All right.
Now, but it often rhymes.
Good. You're back, Mitch. You're muted for a second, but I hear you now.
Oh, I was on the big old mute button. All right. Well, just like always, guys, don't forget, right? The reason why we focus on this is that, of course, history often doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes, right? And so you want to be looking at this and understanding it. And it looks clearly that in Trump presidencies, the turn is in this month, right? And so I think that's something to definitely look for. 6th year in presidency is something you can jump on, right? And that's what I'll be looking at. Those two, Trump presidency, the 6th year, and kind of riding to see if we can continue lifting higher.
The year of the taco. So we'll
yeah, we have to. We have to. It's the year of the taco. Yeah. Forget the horse. Forget the horse.
Taco all the time, right?
It's the taco. Here in the United States, we celebrate the year of the taco. The VIX coming down fast here, guys. Are we seeing a turn here in the SPY, or are we seeing the undercut? What are we going to see here? Let's find out.
Seeing a bit of a rip there. There in the markets. Breaking out of a base, been basing all morning. A little pop there. Nothing crazy. I don't see any news behind it, but a little pop.
All right, guys, I'm going to take some profits there in CAR. Yes, I had to cash a little bit there, so I'll take a little bit there, and now I can take the pressure off. We just talked about this, right? Like, one of the things that I think is very important is to preach what you do, right? And say what you're going to actually do, right? Well, in this case, we just talked about if there's one way you want to create certainty in a trade, there's one way to doing it is just to take some profits. That is what I just did in CAR. Right now, if the SPY wants to rip back and it goes to 701 and the CAR wants to go back to 420, guess what? I won't be mad, right? Now, if I don't, and I try to go break even there, and then the trade comes back to me, and then I just break even out with all that size, then I get upset, right? Let's just be honest, right? That's the way trading works a lot of the times. So it's a good tip. Certainty comes with what? Paying yourself versus trying to short up risk, right? That never works out for us. If we say, oh, we're going to take this trade, immediately put a 5-cent stop, a 1-cent stop, it's going to work. How often do those work, right? Let's be honest. You make that stop too tight, you get stopped out.
What time frames do you like, Mitch, typically when you're doing a trade?
Well, if I'm swinging, I think it's important to look at hourlies. I think the hourlies is one of the most important thing. Reason why is, I've been on the New York Stock Exchange floor. I've talked to bigger traders. Of course, you're not going to see them in a smaller time frame than the 15, right? And really, they use the 15 as their 1 minute thing. It's more like I'll watch the 15-minute chart, but really I'm watching levels on bigger time frames, even further back than the one. And I've talked about introducing different time frames, like even maybe pushing it to the 4-hour. I know the 4-hour for Michael doesn't make sense. I can't blame him. But I'm just thinking, how can I go back, right? Not forward. So I'm thinking about, and I keep, kind of working this in, and I got to get it done. And I think it was important when the market comes down to kind of work on these things. So I'm struggling. I should have this already done, but I've been working on the basket approach, right? Taking kind of swing trades in baskets, working systems to say, let's say if I wanted to trade today software names, I can say, go trade software, and then it'll go and look at the top, let's say 5 or 10 names in the industry based on market cap or something simple like that, right? Then it can go ahead and just trade a strategy and trade all those software names to the upside, right? Then I can just watch IGV as kind of my indicator. Should I stay?
Oh, no.
Oh, they got him.
Money Mitch, they got him. They got him. They threw him out of the car.
I think he'll be back. Don't you worry. But yeah, they got him.
I wonder how. Okay, I was wondering if he was talking though. I was like, does he even know he's off?
He's still talking.
You're muted, man. They muted you. They got you.
The market makers.
I don't know. Does he? Maybe he doesn't hear us. He's too muted to hear us. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, there we go. There we go. But yeah, I'm with Mitch. I don't really care what time frame your charts are on, but it's more about the amount of data you let in.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like how many days of information are you looking at? If you're just looking at what happens today, I think you might be missing the boat. Because you can look at IVG. If you look at it today, you say, "Oh man, this thing's awful," and then you just zoom out a bit and you go, "Oh crap!" I think it's actually been a pretty huge bounce about the off the lows. Pretty big surge going on there. So yeah, you just gotta make sure you're letting in enough that your trade decision is educated enough for. Then it's all going to be how long you plan on holding. If you're planning on holding for the next 30 seconds, then who cares what happened like 5 days ago? It's what's happening right now.
Yeah, I would just say if you stay in the 1 minute. Oh, there he is. We can hear you. We can see you. You are here.
They when you spitting knowledge and they say too much knowledge, take them off.
He's
rug
too
pull
good.
them.
You're letting out all the secrets.
When you're breaking the dimensions of trading.
Yeah, there's nothing for news today. I'm just like
the twilight zone of trading here, guys.
There's nothing.
I'll tell you one thing. I'm happy I took some car profit and it's not moving. So even with this bounce in the SPY, you're seeing what? Relative weakness now in the car, and that's what you want to see. So it's looking like a Civic today, not the Ferrari.
Quiver Quant tweeted out.
Hey, those Civics, bro. You get your old 92 hatchback, throwing about 1,500 horsepower on that thing. Better watch out now.
You're gonna need that, and then you're gonna be like this in the starting line. Slip. That front wheel drive.
Hey,
just bunny hopping.
Had to go
doing some bunny hops.
Oh yeah. Hey, but back in the day, those were. I had a buddy. Yeah, those were. I mean, either if the Civic was, you could do something.
They're mean, but I used to hate racing them because they literally, it's like that. It's just slippage in the first like 2 gears because it's front wheel drive because it's putting so much power to the wheels. But hey, I can't blame.
Makes it fun. That's one of those good drifting.
I miss those power. Yeah, you know, not when AI drove your car, right? Not when you could just hit the plastic pedal on a Tesla and beat everybody.
The plastic, it's a plastic vehicle.
Ooh,
oh man, have you ever hit some of these gas pedals on these electric vehicles? Man, like let's say like a Yaris, dude. That thing feels like such a plastic little piece of little thing. It's like, what
is
they
this?
put in this? This is like a Fisher Price car.
Yeah, truly.
What's going on, traders? What are we looking at?
4.7 just a minute ago. There she is.
Claude continuing to pull out products.
MU had a huge candle down. I'm looking at MU. It was consolidating for a long time, and now it's starting to slip.
That's a good sign that we're seeing more slippage come right back into it, right? So you could see the slip come right back into the market, right? So you did get a bounce, but you didn't hold VWAP. I think that's an important sign there. We'll see if we start to hold VWAP, but energy is the area that I think gets the bounce here. And on pullbacks, the XLE right off the VWAP here looks interesting for upside action in the XLE. So, all right, guys, 10:53. We're almost getting out of here. We'll start to do a little bit of a wrap up in just a little bit, but stick around, guys. There's going to be so much more for you guys. Josh will also be talking to another trader that will be joining us coming up after, of course, 10 a.m. So stick around. It's going to be a fun day here, guys. We're going to have a great show for indeed. Josh, how you been enjoying it, man? I know you guys have been doing the call-in show with Steve and stuff. I mean, hey, check it out, guys. Always fun to check out Josh once he takes over.
Hey, Nick, the thing is, you never know when you're going to run into a TCGL of the world, and you just have the most glorious, crazy, 3-hour stretch of waiting for the stock to go live. Yeah, that. But you just never know what you're going to get.
On FO, the one today, guys.
Yeah,
that one's breaking out. That one looks good. They just won't let it run. They keep halting it. It's halted probably about 10 times a day. But yeah, it's the mover today. It's up 230%. It's my top mover right now. It's taken over the WSHP, which WSHP didn't even have news this morning. Onfo did have some news. It wasn't strong, but we are moving here with a $100 million equity facility to accelerate the acquisition strategy.
Man, look at that PR voice he just pulled out right there, right? You're trying to, are you a promoter? Do we need to declare something for us here?
That's back to those Cumulus Media ESPN radio days right there. I'll read off, really, make it sound. I gotta make it sound appealing, yeah. Because you read like back when I did with like a local ABC affiliate here in Little Rock, and so you're reading, the teleprompter, and so you have to like learn to emphasize certain things certain ways to make it sound intriguing, because you're reading some of these things, some of these what they're these reports you're putting together or they put together for you, and yeah, you're like, what is this story? Okay, here's what I get to read about today.
Oh man, I got some playing to do with Claude 4.7 out here, right? That's when people are gonna start running the tests and Opus. The Opus 4.7.
All right.
See what.
Hopefully they start making Opus cheaper, man, because that's the one that blows through my credits all the time.
Oh yeah, the max is $150, and I'm like, man, that's for what I have it doing. It's well worth it. Like this thing. I don't know.
My thing. I guess I got to give it some smarter prompts because it's been lately being dumb and using too much. I'm like, dude, stop being dumb. Stop using too much.
You told your AI.
I guess every now and then you're supposed to type /clear or something. I read somewhere, and it kind of like resets its memory because exactly. There is a degradation to these models over time. I think they just get like, you keep shoving things into their memory file, and they just get like confused with all kinds of different.
Well, they have to pull the data, right? That's what it is they're pulling the data, right? So the data doesn't sit right there, right? It's pretty far. This is why the data centers are so important, guys. This is why the AI stocks are going to the moon, right? Because the amount that you have to transition these data. That's why you're seeing all these big companies continue to push like Sienna and things like that, because the switchboards and the opticals that are needed for this are going to have to get double, triple as fast, right? If not 10 times as fast to keep doing the computing that is needed for all this, right? So, hey, the AI infrastructure trade is the trade that I think is still alive. And if you're not in it already, you don't have some exposure to that, you really need to be watching for pullbacks, right? I feel like a lot of traders, sometimes we get kind of distracted by the flavor of the day, but we also want to be kind of in the right themes and the areas that continue going up, right? Claude, when you're on the web, then it doesn't use a lot of the tokens. Maybe, are you talking about like using the web browser Claude versus the desktop Claude? Maybe that could be something to look into.
See, for me, it's got to be desktop because I just have it just going.
Oh, you don't have the
right.
Yeah, I have a desktop too. Right?
Yeah, just co-work and Claude Claude.
The only thing is I hate leaving my computer on, but hey, it is what it is. That's why you got to make the computer just specifically for your agent. So you can have one that's like nice, power efficient.
Is that what you do, Nos? I mean, how many computers or setups do you have over there, like with different things running? Is it just off one?
No, so I have
Mac, big Apple guy.
USO pushing looks like it wants new highs. That's going to affect the markets here, guys. Watch for that USO move. into 11. That's going to be the last kind of outlook that I'll give you guys. Like I mentioned, XLE looked good off that VWAP. Look how it's pushing right now. You got the XLE pushing right back up. So that's going to be a good look. We'll see what happens in CAR if I'm able to take down the beast that is CAR today. That's going to do it for me. Not a bad day there for me. At least was able to profit in CAR.
Yeah, and just to answer quick, the setup I've got is, so I've got my Mac, and that's where I do the streaming, and that has all of my personal information in. But then I've got a PC that's basically just dedicated to backtesting and building strategies, and I keep everything personal far from it. So Claude can live in his own sandbox environment, right? Doesn't have access to my email or, the browser sign-ins or banks or any of that kind of stuff. So, right, everything's just separated there. So that's how I can have the confidence just to let this thing run, because all it has access to is my backtester and my data source. So I think that's kind of important, especially because you can buy some of these like mini PCs off the internet for like $500 or so, right? You just give it its own little environment, give it just what it needs, and just go, okay, don't, I don't know, like dox me or sell my children on the dark web or whatever when you're sleeping, because I don't trust you as far as I can throw you. But yeah, it gives you a lot of that time to do that. So yeah, find a way to separate it if you're going to leave it unattended, and then if you're not going to leave it unattended, then let it rip. For me, just, while you're seeing here, just the same kind of opening range break setups, right? Wells Fargo and PNC doing well, Crowd and Datadog up a little bit. So overall, just a pretty flat day, but it's been awesome, guys. And I know you got a lot more content for everyone. And the market is, I was going to say, the market's up very slightly when we're leaving you. So if it crashes, it's 100% your fault. And I will blame you entirely. So
the weight's on you. The weight of the world is on your shoulders, Josh. So
it's all good. We've done this before, and we keep it riding. I like that. I look up at Michael Jordan. I said, hey, if Mike could do it, Josh can do it. I got this.
If he can pick up a Great Dane. Oh, there you go. There you go. My man said, I got this too. I'm here. I got this. Hey, throw up the bat radar. Let them take over the show.
Yes,
Jesse and Josh, is it the JJ show now versus the MM show?
See, yeah, Eminem, J&J, it's good stuff.
Hey, it's like PB and J, baby. You guys keep it going. Have a good one, and say hello to Jay for me, as Jay will be joining you guys shortly. I'll be tuning in and kind of checking out that interview. Looking forward to learn more about Jay.
We got 3 J's coming on today.
Look at that. It's the J show, baby. Taking over. Hey. Have a good one, guys. Take care.
Later, guys.
Love it. I didn't know that. That's awesome. We got J's all over the place. And there we go. We got Jay down. Well, I don't know if he's above me or below me where we're at on the screen there. He's below me, at least on my side. So what's up, Jay? How we doing?
Not much. How you guys doing?
Doing good. Watching Onfo here, looking like we're finally going to overextend. I wish they had stopped halting it so much. It's a halt fest. Yeah, and asked earlier there, Handy Dude 101, you can trade these. So like right now it's halted. You can't trade this on any broker. I have gotten with Michael Katz, and maybe Michael Katz or my girl over there, Gil, my bestie's listening. We need, or whoever, Carlo, we need to get, or I want to, where we can put in limit orders when a play is halted. So like right now on other brokers, you might be able to place limit orders, right, to get filled when it does go live, but you can't currently enter it one way or the other. Even on brokers, doesn't matter what broker you have in the world, you can't enter this play. It's paused, it's halted. But as soon as it goes live, you can immediately enter this. They used to have a 30-second rule or a minute rule or something like that, to where after when a play was halted, there was a certain time until you could enter it. They got rid of it, and I absolutely adore them for that. I love it because I love trading these halting plays. So like say right now, as soon as it goes live, you will be able to enter and trade this. I don't like it because it's halting way too much and not giving you a clear direction, because it goes up, down, up, down. It is, I guess, overall giving us the clear direction up, but it's too choppy for me at this point. Not going to chase it. I know Crow traded it earlier. Great trade there, Crow, and anyone else did make a profit off of it. Yes, you can trade these though. I traded actually earlier WSHP, so I traded this play earlier and on the long side, and tried to trade it on the short side here, which the short didn't work out as well. I traded the halt strategy essentially. Got a good piece of it. Got in here as you can see and worked it on the way up, and then got out as it started coming back down. And then I got short here and it came live. And as soon as it came live, you can immediately start scaling out of it. Didn't make hardly anything on the short. The long was pretty darn good though in the end. So yes, you can trade these, my friend, 100%. Just wanted to answer that. Another J. We got Javi in chat. How's deciding these? Yeah, no, Carl, I want to talk to a market maker. Michael Moss, if you're still around, that's one thing I need to ask him next week or someone, or if anyone does. Or Jesse, you're the Mr. Interviewer guy, and Kevin Avery, he's doing interviews now. Need to talk to a market maker because I want to ask him this question. Literally going over this yesterday, and I know I'm going a little long-winded here, and I'll hand over the dang mic in a second, but let's just go over to A&L. Let's just go back to this play yesterday. How do we, guys, look at this. Okay, so I'm going to zoom out of this play. And I'll go to, I can't go to a 1 minute time. Well, yes, you can, actually. There you go. You can see, finally, you can see the chart. Okay, you can see that we halt down at 1325. We finally resume and halt down again at 725. How on God's green, beautiful earth do we gap back up at 10 after we halt down at 720? Any answers, anybody?
How does that happen?
How does that happen?
You're supposed to tell us.
There was nothing but selling because I had the level 2 or the time it sells out. There was nothing but selling going into this. Obviously, it's why we halted down. There was no buying in there. So how do you say, oh, yeah, everyone wants to buy it? Who wants to buy it at 10? It was at 7. That's a cheaper price than 10 to buy it at. I don't know. I was boggling my mind. It boggled my mind so much yesterday. I missed a bounce play that was perfect on Bird at 1050 before it ran up to but I'm like sitting here ranting about this, and then I go back and I'm like, no, I missed it. It was so funny, but anyway.
Bird did fly.
Yeah, so let's go to Jay. Jay, what do you trade? Now I know we've talked to Jesse, so I've gotten to know Jesse a little bit on Tuesday. Let's get to know you, Jay. So what do you trade? You can just tell me a little bit of your journey because I've never, we haven't talked before. So how'd you get into stock trading? What do we trade? We trade small cap, large cap, bit of both. We into futures. What do you do?
I trade everything. I trade everything. I love it. Caps, large caps, futures. I don't trade options. I started trading in 2008 for a prop house. Traded with them for about 2 years. Then I moved to another prop house. Traded with them, I think, for about 7 years. And then I took a sabbatical for 2 or 3 years. And then I've been trading privately on my own since then. But basically, I trade almost anything. You mentioned earlier about the 4 hour time frame. That is like one of the that's a great insight. That's basically what I've almost refined my trading. Whether I trade small caps, large caps, it really makes a huge difference because a lot of times when we fill the gaps, that's where we're going to fill the gaps to. Whether it's on the daily support or a 4 hour support, and it's a great thing that everyone should be looking out to take advantage of. Over the years throughout my journey, I mean, when I started, I was a wild man. I think my first or second day was that Black Friday during the 08 crash. So, and you were able to get away with, swinging from your hip, high volatility type scalping. But, it creates bad habits, especially, I mean, you guys really don't have that issue with commissions with Trade the Pool. But, when you're trading commissions with like a direct broker, it adds up very quickly. So, your break-even days turn to losing days if you're not even remotely, profitable. And just over the years, I refined my style to become, less frequent in terms of more of a swing. Swing in terms of your entry. You want to enter almost like you're a swing trader, and you can trade around a core position, let's say, if you want to intraday trade, and almost exit again on the swing for the small parts of your core. But throughout the day, the micro extremes, you can trade around if that's something someone is skilled at or likes doing it. It helps you hold also get through the moves if someone's not comfortable dealing with the shakes.
Yeah. So do you trade all day long? Or you like me? I kind of have my time of day. Of course, I usually trade small cap and I do trade large caps here and there. But do you trade all day, or do you trade mostly in the morning, or what's your
trade? Too much, where it was not good for my health. Let's put it that way. I would be up for the London Open, take a 2 hour nap at 6 o'clock, wake back up at 7, trade all day almost to 4. It wasn't good. So now I basically I'll look at London. If there's something crazy, I go back to sleep, and then I'm just up for the 9:30 Open. And even today, I was running a little bit behind. I didn't get to check the pre-market or anything like that. I took one trade in terms of like an intraday trade. I took it was actually a futures trade, but you can do it with the SPYs or the diamonds or the Qs. The trade that I took today, and the rest was just managing my swing positions, which I think is it's a little bit easier. And I think almost every trader, once they become more experienced and it's a little more comfortable with size, they become swing traders to a point, to some point, and there's nothing wrong with intraday trading. I do it all the time when there's something in play, but sometimes the market might not be paying intraday trading that day, or it could be, like if you're a small cap trader, the small caps are waking up again. They're moving lately, but they're moving sometimes a lot in the pre-market. If you don't catch it in the pre-market, you're not going to get it. And then a lot of guys get killed and chase it on the open, and it always happens. So you have to wait till something's paying, and then and that's how it is. There's a seasoned CME floor trader that I don't know if you ever watched Floored the movie.
I haven't heard that. No, I haven't actually heard of that. What's it called?
Floored.
Ford, yeah. I thought you said Ford. I was like, that sounds like a Gerald Ford. I have seen Floor. Floor's a great movie.
Remember the drunk guy?
Yep.
Okay, he is one of the most profitable guys on the floor, and they really didn't do him justice with what he did. But what he said was, "I did it until it stopped working," and that's like such a good nugget for anyone to like realize. You can do something that's simple, that's easy, and you just have to make sure you stop doing it when it's not working anymore. And there's guys that make 7-8 figures that I know basically were martingale traders that destroyed themselves on silver recently, and then missed the huge short eventually. They blew themselves out, and these were big guys, and they made a ton of money from 2021 till now, and they stepped away for a little while, and I don't blame them. And everyone has to do that once in a while.
Yeah, I've do one-on-ones. I've worked with so many people, and that's the one thing that it's kind of it just mind-boggling, where someone just wants to keep essentially what I would say hitting their head up against the wall, and I'm like, what are we doing? Like, this isn't working, like you got. And so that's such a good the way you worded that, or of course I guess the drunk the way it's so true. I mean, it's crazy how often I see that through traders throughout the years, and got to learn when things are working and when they're not. That's what's obviously shakes so many traders out of this throughout the years, is that they just can't understand that, hey, this isn't working now. That you find what is the trend, like you even said, which I even said this was so funny on my live stream a couple of days ago. Like I should have, like last year on the tariffs, all these levels I'd called out beforehand, and these stocks went right down to them. But I was too, chicken shit essentially because of what was going on with Trump. I thought, like, maybe we go lower. I don't know. I'm going to hold off here. Well, I look back now, and if I would have got in exactly where I said I would have, and spread that across the board, it would probably, and I said I probably would have made more money on that than my day trading over the past year since that, since it's been a little year since that dip. And I look back going, wow, geez, and you're right. And I was like, I need to get back into doing that more because, yeah, we were saying there may be days where the day trading's not paying out that well, or days at a time or weeks at a time, but those days your swings are doing great, and you can just rely on those as they continue to go in your direction. So yeah, you're all over it there with that. And it's just funny that larger time frames like the 4 hour. Yeah, I mean, I didn't get to this, but people get stuck in the 1 minute. So the question earlier about the time frame, I think earlier what I would have said, Jesse, was just don't stay in a one. I think so many people, especially they when they start, even I know people that trade futures, they go to that first, or they start with options. It's not just small caps, but a lot of traders I've worked with, they just start right with that one. I don't know if it's because it's preloaded, it's the first thing that pulls up, and they just don't know any better. You got to start zooming out and seeing the bigger picture. And yeah, once I started, because I do those morning alerts for traders, and I use the 4 hour. That's where I get almost all my levels, or the 15 minute time frame. I go in between that and the 4 hour. I love those two a lot. So just now hearing like yourself being in this for so long, almost 20 years now, and I hear these like yourself, or I was at the Money Show, like Michael Noss, and I've been teaching kind of this stuff for the past few years, and I'm like, oh wow. I'm glad I'm doing and preaching what all these other amazing traders are actually, they're actually doing. Because you read about it, but you don't really know until you actually talk to you guys that have been doing it forever. And I hear it come out of your mouth, and I just want to smile and be like, yay, I am doing this right. This is great.
Exactly. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, as somebody who's more newer to this than you, Jay. Yeah, the 1 and 2 minute time frame. There's so much noise with it that you do miss certain moves and certain things, certain trends even, because you're so hyper-focused. I know I am, and I have been hyper-focused on these one particular candles that are moving second by second, as opposed to zoom out a little bit and then let's look for the bigger picture and perhaps even the bigger moves.
Of course. The 1 minute does have its uses. Like, let's say it's a market trend day. Let's say the futures are dictating the market that day, or we'll call it the SPYs, or it could be even a stock that just had so much strength behind it. You can use it on, like, let's say the pullbacks on a 1 minute to like the 9 EMA or you can use like a 35 on a McGinley dynamic indicator. And using those image, let's say moving averages along with the 1 minute or 2 minute, you can kind of, when you're realizing like I want to get along with the trend, you can use it then. But you still have to be monitoring multiple time frames at the same time, because if you're not doing that, you're gonna, when the market does finally shift or you actually reach a resistance point, you're not gonna notice it. You're thinking, okay, we're breaking out, and that's where everyone's dumping their size.
Yeah.
It's in terms of like it's very simple. Just you have to watch everything. I was working with a trader who's doing really, really well, and he was just using the 5 minute and maybe the 15. And then as he started to, add these other little things in, it really like started to click for him. And just to go back to your point, Michael, about, the not getting in when you wanted to get in. Like I'll mark up a chart and I'll have levels and I'll share these charts with these guys. And you're like, well, how did you pick this thing and it bounced exactly off there? Like, I don't even have the nerve to probably enter on that. I'll have to wait for confirmation before using it. But sometimes just being blind and using those levels, it takes out the fear. Or it takes out even the logic, other than managing your risk. And that's another thing. That just managing your risk is more important than any strategy, than anything else. Because I know guys that can just make money when the market's working, and if they just don't execute when things aren't working, or at least when you can just set your daily stop, let's say a half or a quarter of whatever your biggest day is, and just figure out what your max max daily excursion is in terms of a loss on your winning days. And sometimes you'll realize, like, when I really make money, I'm not going negative much, or I'm not using a lot of my DLL. So if you could just cap it off in terms of like risk, and just stop yourself out those days and take those winning days and allow them to build on themselves, that's where money really begins to pay. Something's moving on your chart. What symbol is that?
That's car going banana Joe's right now, actually, because I brought this up because I said earlier. I know Jesse, you asked about where do you think this down to Money Mitch, and I had 62 as a target, below 75, which was my first one right through here that I was saying it's probably a magnet to. Then it was 62, 63, then it was down here to 50. This is halted up. Car is halted up again, guys.
Wow. That's insane.
It's nuts. What's up, Mike? Mr. D Rider, how we doing? Any questions you guys have for Jay? And Jay, if you want to share your screen and go over a trade you took today, or any strategy you'd like to go over, I mean, any insight, my friend, that you would like to share out there with the world, please go right on ahead, man.
I'll show. I believe my screen is shared. Do you guys see it?
Yep. Well, let's see if Ayush, if you could get, if you're back there, Ayush, if you could get his screen up, yeah, that'd be awesome. Let him share his screen. He'd go over some stuff. But yeah, car's halted up, guys.
Okay, great. As much as we hated on the 1 minute, I'm just gonna show this. This is what I did, but I did it in the futures, but it's the same exact logic on the SPYs. I did it on a 5 minute time frame, and this is another thing that I believe a good trader needs to have: an imagination. They have to imagine where the stock is going to go over a period of time, or where resistance might build. And this is just something very, very simple on the 5 minute. Just the basic trend line right here. You don't have to risk much. And on the 45 candle, when we came and rejected off here, I had my limit order in, and I basically my stop was above here, and it was just a very easy trade. And you allowed it to basically trade down. I didn't take any more than when we rejected off here and we couldn't get below. This is where I covered. So it's a very simple trade, a very easy trade. But I really think where I can really maybe be of help in terms of finding trades for let's say a stock trader. Let's look at bull. Actually, yeah, we can look at bull.
Did you say bull?
BULL, yes.
Yeah, sure.
In terms of the daily, now this stock, we had the pattern day trader rule come out. Okay.
Right. Yep.
Let me look up. Oh, right here. It has 2.9 billion in cash equivalents, a market cap at 2.65 billion, an enterprise value just 620 million. it basically has 26 million registered users and 5 million funded accounts. It's very similar to Hood, and it's just beat up for some reason. We don't know why. Okay. Now we have the pattern day trader rule, where more people are probably going to be trading on a screen than trading on a phone, which Webull is better situated in terms of that type of trading. And this is something where the higher time frames, we tried to trade lower. We had this move up, and then the push down, we failed to come in over here. We also had elevated volume on a 4-hour, and we began to break out. And then something as simple as, like yesterday, we're going to expect today's pullback, showing the 4-hour trade. I mean, basically, we bounced off this 615 level, which is exactly where the 4-hour consolidation began on these candles up here. And this happens time and time again, in multiple symbols. Like let me show you this one, AGA. Sorry. And this is a completely different company, completely different. I don't have it. Right.
How are the Great Danes doing, Josh?
Oh, they're good. Yeah, they're just This is not just this chill mode. Yeah, it's usually around 3 in the afternoon they start getting antsy.
Sure. Yeah.
They're like, we're tired of you talking to these screens.
So here, I'll do it on the trading view. So.
Wow, and CAR is halted up. That is amazing. We're at about 425s right now, halted. Huge move.
Yeah, I guess you got out of your short, huh?
I did. Yeah, I did get out of the short.
Now, this is something great about small caps, and this is what I'm talking about in terms of volume. And basically, we've had this level that basically is being built, and we can't take lower. And we've had relative volume spikes where we did trade off of it. And these are people that are getting short, or the market makers are shorting up here because this is what they do with these small caps, and they're not able to bring it below. Now we have no idea whether someone was trying to get long, someone was covering, but there was volume that went off. And once we're out of this range, whoever has this volume is now either making money or losing money. So they'll be covering, or they'll be, or someone will be riding with it and hoping other sellers come. Obviously, we can tell at this point someone was short, or a large buyer came in, and now this short has to want to cover. And we're basically having a move that's spiking. Now, a lot of these might not continue. This trade might not work. But again, if we're looking at where it's coming in on the day twos, let's call it, we had yesterday as a spike, and we're coming in again. It's the same thing over here on the higher time frames. The exact same level where basically this 43-cent marker, we've bounced off it multiple times, and again, it's the 4 hours. And if you're a scalper, you're almost doubling your money on these small caps. There's multiple trades. ERAS. This is what I call catching lightning. This is what I did. This was months ago, but it's the same trade, and I think it might have actually just topped, because this is the weirdest candle I've ever seen. Well, I've seen something do in a while. Look at this range, and this is just uncertainty. And this might just be people still chasing. It could have topped, honestly. But again, we have the volume spike of basically a ranged daily period, and we failed to reclaim it. And from here, let's say the 550, 570 range, you're able to get long. I was lucky enough to get on this pullback at the 4s, and it was just an easy trade to hold. And again, the 4 hour, it's much easier to see.
Yeah. And so how long do you typically hold these? Are you scaling out along the way, adding to it ever?
Oh, a lot of times I'm adding and taking off. That's what I'm doing a lot of times. But something like this, it was hard to, because I was in earlier, because we had, elevated volume even over here. And this was just a sneaky buy. I call it a sneaky buyer. Now, I don't know if it's someone covering, but I just call it a sneaky buyer. And when this went off, this is where I added. This is where I really sized up. So that was like, this is like the intraday trading around, because again, you didn't know what was going on. But once you see this and then it continues, now you know a stock's actually in play. And once you get these in play stocks, they go a lot further than you actually believe. And it forces me, over the years, I've had to learn to not sell. And it's a big thing. And these don't happen all the time. Maybe you're going to get 4 of these a year if you're lucky. It's not like something special, but you just have to find these. And all it is looking for, you can let whatever your scanner is of choice or your filter, just find these spikes in volume and don't chase them, because that's where you're going to get killed. Because if you chase it here, it comes in, and then watch the level that's built. And it might take 20 days to 3 months. It's a famous, he's an Indian gentleman. He's a famous trader. I think he goes on, his handle on Twitter is Stockbee. And he's a big swing trader. And he talks about how he'll find volume spikes, and then that's his scanners that they had the volume spike like 2 to 3 months back. And then he'll look for them, and then he finds the breakout of that range, which is a similar strategy. And I worked with a gentleman that all he did was buy these 20 and 30 cent stocks and sit in them for weeks. And he might have 3 or 4. I know you don't like the 3 or 4 cent risk idea, but when they're 20 cents, it's 3 or 4 cents is enough. And he traded multiple accounts, but he was brilliant in terms of, he would think of what was going to work or not. Like at certain times of year, like there are ASCA meetings, which is the Cancer Association. So you would want to be in biotechs when they're having these meetings, because a lot of times come out these certain stocks that they might have a cancer, some sort of drug or whatever it is that might be, an advantage. And he would situate it. He'd watch the news. When we had swine flu, when we had bird flu, you wanted to be in those stocks. And all those small caps eventually follow, like the AIs. That's small cap AIs follow when the other AIs go off. I don't know if you have any questions for me.
No, I love it. Yeah, just full of information. Yeah, like when you said you started in 2008, I was like, oh boy, I did not know this. This guy's going to have lots of info. I love it. No, it's good. Yeah, no, I was about 10 years after you. So I learned stuff in 2015, 2016, but I didn't really start trading really until 2017, 2018. And that was the big small cap era. That's when small caps really started to blow up, and you had all the influencers, and social media was starting to get big at that time. And so it was where I started mine. I started in the small cap sector, and like you at first, or just what you were just talking about, taking those 20 cent, 30 cent, 40 cent, 50 cent plays, and then had small risk. I wasn't trying to get big major movers like you're saying, like that right there on that. You get those a few times a year if you're lucky. Maybe a handful, literally one handful, and then you love them when you get them. But other than that, it's just taking those base hits over and over and over.
Oh, of course, and and that's the other thing you go through. And a trader always has to reinvent themselves. Like when I started in 2008, everything was moving. Then everything was so beat up in, let's say, 2010. You had, it's kind of like now where you're having these runners where they'll be $1 stock and they'll go to their 20s or their 30s or something like that. And I need to restart the trade pool. But I will put up my.
Yeah, Bird was a good example of that yesterday. BIRD did that exactly.
That's something we've been watching. That also Bird that also came in on the 4 hour. I'm sorry. Let's find that. Where we had this consolidation on the daily, which also will show on the 4. Basically around here, right in the middle, and even where the body of the candle ended is right there, the 1168. And that will like help guys. Don't chase at 21 or 22 if you missed it. Wait until you find at least the most recent support. And I like to go back to the closest one above, and then you go further each time frame. And then it's whether it's the 4 hour or the daily is basically what I like to do. And you just go down as each level is broken, and then you wait until it putters out, and it'll create like on the lower time frame, there's a 5 minute. It'll create almost like a future cup and handles or a U, and then you might want to get involved. It's much better than just chasing it and then trying to get long here and in and out and work in a position, and then all of a sudden you get washed out, and it's a headache. And who knows if it continues? We're building this trend line right here, but it's coming to also like a point, like an inflection point. So it might do something like you know, swing and then take off one way or the other. Just wait until what it works, and then you can do like a retest fail or a retest, up retest and then long, and then it's much. Don't drive yourself crazy and build up risk for no reason. It's mental capital, and it's keeping your
patience. I just was yelling in my head, patience with the Y over and over and over there, let it go. Because I would do that. You watch it go, and especially most newer traders, they wait and then they're like, oh, now I'm going to get in. And then they get in at the top and all the chop. And then they blow their account or take a lot of losing trades and have a bad day now. And they could have just waited for it to come back down to consolidation area, and have the patience. But they have to have that money now. And as soon as they've missed all of the money, they think they need to jump in. And that's when they lose the money.
It uses my entry as a place of resistance every time when I do that. As soon as I get in, that's where the line stops.
Yes.
I wanted continuation. What's going on?
And they said, "Burn, not happening."
Nope, not for you.
Yeah, that's my learning lesson in 2017. I was chasing a third halt up, and I finally decided to get in on the play as it was just going skyrocket mode, and I just wanted a little bit, just go up a little bit more, exactly. And then it opened sideways, halted down, deer in the headlights I was, and couldn't get out of the play, and lost $1,000 before I could essentially, even trade. I was like, hey, you're in halts. You're halt up, halt down. Now you lost $1,000. You weren't even in a play. Good job, Josh.
It's clearly a human move, but it is so much of trading is about managing the risk and managing that moment and managing your emotions. Because if you can't manage the emotion of, oh, look at this great move that it's making, well, you might be at the very top of the mountain or it might be at the very lowest valley and you're jumping in and it's the wrong time. So I think that's very important.
Yes.
So, Jesse, what trades you got today so far?
Today, I've traded MU, Tesla, and CAR. And CAR smoked me because I didn't practice what I preached just now and started chasing. And I got smoked with CAR twice, actually. So that's not good.
So if you want to go over stuff, you can go over if you want to go over your trades today or anything you want to go over, if you wanted to, go ahead and share your screen if you want to go over your stuff.
So yes, let me try to do that. I am hitting the share screen button. Is it Trey? Is it? Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I usually do. Usually you can do the window, or of course you can do entire screen, whichever one you want to do, and just either one of them.
Okay.
And then once you get that sharing, she'll put it up for you.
All right. Let me know if you can see my screen.
I heard the ding, and then I think Ayush will get it for you.
Okay.
It'll pop it up for you here in a second.
Oh, I shared the wrong window. Okay.
Yeah.
Is it this one? This is empty too? Okay. Problem is I have too many screens.
How many screens do you have?
Well, the problem is I have on Trade the Pool, I have about 8 windows all at once because I usually have my laptop, and then in conjunction with that, I have a smaller screen that I put next. I put all of those windows next to it. So I would like to be able to share the main terminal screen that I trade off of because that has all of my trades and everything on here. But when I go to share screen, it's just not the right. It's not the right screen.
You're good. You have to stop sharing that and then find the 1, 2 here. Yeah, exactly. You're good. How many you got, Jay?
Oh, I only have 2 now. I used to have like 6, and it just became crazy.
And I could see how that progression for myself. I started with 2, I get 4, maybe go to 6, and then I could see as I get older and I start doing like you, where you don't really need that many screens in the end because of what you're looking at. You're so refined in what you're looking for that you're just like, here's the trade. Now I know. Yeah. Go ahead. What were you saying, Bob?
I think the sweet spot is 3. That's probably like 3.
Yeah, that's where I'm at now. 3 here, 1 above. The 1 above just for like chat rooms and whatever, just nonsense talk that's on a 55-inch smart screen. You can flip over and watch TV on or whatever. And then I've got the 3 right here in front of me that I can, because I stream live too. So that's the one thing I think if you stream live, you have to have at least 3 because if not, it's hard with just 2. But yeah, otherwise, if you're just trading 2 or 3, you should be good with that. All right, now we see Jesse's screen. There we go.
Perfect. Excellent. All right, awesome. You can see this?
No, well, you have the right one up. Now we can see it. Yep, you're up. Okay. You're up and live.
Yay! All right, cool. Well, I have done multiple trades here. This is an MU chart. Let me push this down just a little bit. But basically, yeah, so I had a couple of successful trades short. Lately, my strategy, or part of my strategy, has been to basically get like however many shares and then try to get out of it twice. So I'll, like, you know, if I sell, I will sell half, and then I'll keep some to see if there's continuation with the move or not. So the nice thing with that is if it doesn't and it goes back up, I might break even with the trade because I had some profit that I take early. So that has been working out fairly well, not as much today. But yeah, these are some of my trades over here in MU. And then earlier I also traded, let me turn to CAR real quick. So CAR, I did a couple of shorts down on this side when it was going down, made a couple of good moves, pretty much when it was in the 370s range. And it pushed back up, and I had a couple of losers over here on this side. So it's been a kind of an eventful day. It's fun to trade and try to talk at the same time and try to listen to everybody else's commentary. So that has been interesting to say the least today. And yeah, hopefully I will have a better day tomorrow, because I had a pretty good day yesterday. It was a really great green day, but today, not as much. And the sad thing is there's been some great moves going on right now. I wish I'd capitalized on them going the right way.
Yeah, I think that happens a lot early on. You'll unfortunately, the more volatile days when there's a lot of action going on, there's a lot of different spikes and drops. It's a little harder for me to trade when I first started. Where now I love days like today because I just hone in on the ones I want to trade and kind of just specify the area and what I like to trade is kind of the same thing every day. But I noticed that myself early on, where I'm like, man, there was a lot of good moves today, and I just didn't have that good of a day. It was always kind of the slower, easier days where I would have much more success early on.
Sure. Hey, if we can, I would like to ask about this level confluence. So different indicators and different things that you might use, Josh or Jay. I have been studying a lot about the volume profile, and I find that to be very interesting. So I watch that one throughout the day and throughout the time that I'm trading. What indicators specifically does it change on a daily basis for you on what you're looking at primarily? Because there's so many different indicators. There's Bollinger Bands, there's MACD. I use MACD as well. What do you like to use?
Jay, you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. The market profile and the volume profile is, I think, one of the strongest indicators you can use. I mean, I could write you a book on it. I like to use market profile, auction market theory mixed with a little bit of volume profile. You want to use, the point of control. You're going to have a 70% volume, for value area. So you're going to have value area high, value area low, and you're also going to want to use the midpoints. And this is basically applying more to the SPYs or, the QQQs, because this is almost trading up like a futures type of mindset. But a lot of times they will bring, the market will bring itself in under the mid of the RTH mid, the regular time frame trading hours mid. And it's almost like a support where volume is supposed to. They'll see if we're going to bring it below any further. There's also what's called the IBH and the IB high and IB low, which is built off of volume profile, market profile. And if we can stay above the IBH or below the IBL, basically, and we hold it after 10:30 a.m. Eastern, we will trend on the day. And so it's something where you can basically look, and if we do come back above and hold above, it's what's called a look below and fail. And almost like 50 to 60% of the time, we'll actually go to the opposite end of the range. So you can basically now start to build setups where it's like, okay, we had a look below and fail. Now I'm risking 2 to 5 points where the IBL is, and the IBH is now, let's say, 50 points away. So now you have basically a 10 to 1 risk reward on your, for your trade. And you can build these setups just using those. And in terms of confluence, you'll start to watch other things like you can use certain moving averages along with where, let's say, VWAP is extremely important. VWAP, POC, and I think like I mentioned the 9 EMA and the 20, where you can use them on the 5 minute and the 1 minute. And if you find support starting to build there, you maybe see turns in the market. There's another setup that a lot of guys like to use on the 5 minute, where you would use a 140 on let's say the SPYs. When the SPYs begin to hold above the 144 moving average on a 5 minute, after, let's say, like going flat, where it just flattens out and the support builds, that usually becomes like a breakout on the day. So you'll, in terms of like when you're below the IB low and it's a look below and fail, this look below and fail, if it holds above the 144, which is usually a ways away, it begins to then trend on the day. And it's those turns in the market really pay. So there's a whole bunch of different things you can do. And I mean, just seeing your screen over there, most of the volume, where that green bar is, obviously was bought up now over there. So whoever was smart enough to buy there was supporting the stock there. That's why now we're trading off that. And we'll probably, trade up to POC up there, where that purple line is the first one. Let's say.
Sure. Yeah, that's actually a pre-market high line.
No, the other one. I'm sorry. What was that one? What's that?
That one.
This right here?
No, below it. I'm sorry.
This right here?
Yeah.
This is a pre-market low area
Yeah, that's the pre-market low, and that's also like the first really support of the neck.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
So you should have at least test that, and that you can basically build a trade around that.
Gotcha.
Love it. Good stuff. Good stuff, Jay.
Good stuff.
Thank you too, Jay, for joining us today. I know we're getting close to the call-in show time, and yeah, we're gonna get you back on, man. You were hours worth. I could literally just sit back. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna listen to you. I may take like an eye rest. I'm not sleeping, but I'm just gonna listen to you talk about stocks. Like, you need to write a book, my man. You honestly do. Honestly, you have a lot of knowledge, and I appreciate you coming on today, brother.
And hopefully, I won't be so nervous next time.
Oh, you weren't nervous at all. Well, if you felt that way, it didn't show it, because I'll tell you right now, you sounded like a pro.
You did great. That was great, Jay.
Thanks, Jay. We'll have you on soon again, brother.
Thanks, bud.
Later, bud. That's good stuff. Yeah, I love that one. Man, that's like, yeah. That's like, I'm like, when he said 2008, I was like, man, I wasn't even finished college yet. Like, I should have been doing this. But I was like, man, when he said that, I was like, man, that's awesome. He's going to have lots of knowledge. So, and yeah, and then back to, yeah. Oh, yeah. I love getting these guys on. I've been doing it for a long time. I'm glad, Trade the Pool's reaching out and trying to get these, different faces on here that have plenty of knowledge about the market. And that's the thing. It's just many different ways to trade. There's many different ways to make money in the stock market. And that's the thing. It's something I say or you say or Jay says or someone says is going to catch someone's ear. And they're like, oh, I see that. And I like that. Hold on. I need more information on this. And because every way, like we've talked about this, every trader is going to be different. They need to figure out what works for them. And sometimes it's just having that one, like, what we were just saying earlier, talking about Jay saying you're like me, banging your head up against the door, the wall. Like, it's not working. You got to understand that sometimes eventually stuff's going to essentially change. Yeah, so I love it. There are going to be different ways to trade, and having him on was awesome. And for me, I'm right there. I love volume profile. I've always used volume profile. I'm big on the VWAP as well. I use the TOS. I do everything through them. That's when my chart is so boring on TTP, because I do everything through TOS. But that's where I use the upper. It comes with an upper and lower VWAP band, so it's very similar to Bollinger Bands. And I love the upper and lower VWAP band. But that's it. I use some moving averages, like the 9 EMA and I like the 50. I like using those on certain time frames, usually the 3 or the 5, or maybe even a little bit higher, going to the 10 to 15, and seeing how they're flowing with that chart for the day. Are we bullish? Are we bearish? But it's mostly chart for me. I mean, I would say 75 to 80% of my trades come purely based off the chart. Like I've said, my tagline is put your lines in and trade them. It's truly my go-to how I trade. I'll use these other, like you said, confluences or these other indicators, so to speak, to help me out when I need them. But usually just generally saying, hey, you know, like just my bounce plays. How often I'd trade bounce plays in the small cap sector and just know where the bounce is going to be at. Like, hey, even in the large caps, which I moved to, right? Saying like, hey, here's where the chart says we should reverse and bounce back up. So that's just, that's mostly me. I don't want, because I noticed this early on, a lot of traders, they go to too many studies, too many indicators, right? You just have lines galore. It looks like a rainbow chart on you have lines everywhere, moving averages everywhere. We can't even see the candles. You know, I'm sure you've seen people's charts where you're like, man, I can't even see your candles, bro. You know?
That's right.
And so I had to learn to get away from that and stop doing so many freaking. And so I was like, hey, just trade the chart. The chart is everything. And so that was my go-to early on, and it's kind of stayed that way since. And Steve T. O'Brien, he's coming. Where the world is Steve today? Steve comes on so Thursday. Steve doesn't come on until the call-in show. So he comes in here probably about 15 minutes or so. We'll do the call-in show with Steve, and then he'll be back this afternoon for Power Hour commentary and after hours today for earnings. And old Kevin Avery will be back today. That's right, special guest this afternoon. Kevin Avery will be back for a little after hours earnings report coverage with Steve. And of course, T.L. Bryant, thanks for coming over. Smoked tuna. Yeah, volume. I use MACD2 as well. I'm not a big RSI guy, but that's really good. That can help a lot. But I see Smoked Tuna talking about, I used MACD with the 90 MA. I had no idea when I first started using those together. I just came up with it on my own one day. And then I realized that, and I call it the Thanos crossover. And then lo and behold, that's like professionals use the 90 MA and the MACD together. Like, what? I was like, this. So all like 4-hour time frame. These are just things that I've just ventured to. I don't read. I'm not a big reader. I did everything myself. I just am a freak when it came to back testing and studying and watching the charts and what works and doesn't work. And that's just what I did for years. I just became throughout the years, right? So as you evolve as a trader, that's just why I'm very quick at reading trends. But yeah, a lot of the stuff that I've just kind of came up with, and I say on my own, but I discovered, I should say, on my own. Then you hear all these experts or guys that have been doing it for a while, like how much you talk about the 4-hour, and I absolutely love the 4-hour time frame. And it's funny. I'm like, oh wow, this is great. That's the thing, even back to what Manas was talking about. You got to find what works for you. I mean, whether it's the 1 minute, 2 minute like yourself, and then venturing out to finally finding the 5 or the 10, the 15, or the hourly or the 30 minute or whatever it is that you use. It's all about finding the success and the pattern to what you're trading, you know? So it could be, hey, I thought I saw someone earlier say Jane likes the 45 minute, and I'd be like, damn, I have never heard of a 45 minute time frame that someone uses, but she has obviously found a way to find success in that. I would, never, say, hey, you can't find anything in that. I'm like, yeah, you can find anything, you know what I mean? Like, I've never heard of it, but I know people that use different time frames, and it's just, you got to find what works best for you. No doubt. I will say no one's using a 133-day moving average. That you won't hear like nothing like that. With time frames, I think you can discover on your own, but moving averages, certain set ones you need to use. Yeah, because no one's using the 134-day moving average. That's right. Miracle on 134th Street. That's why, baby.
Never heard of that.
Yeah, I think it's 34th Street. My bad. I think it's Miracle on 34th Street, not 134th Street. Yeah, whatever it is, but yeah. Theo, thanks for the Steve. Yeah, Steve will be back. So Steve will be back. Well, Steve will be here in about 15 minutes for the call-in show, and then later this afternoon you'll have him for 2 hours. So 3 hours today with Steve the Achieve. So Jesse, as we end the day here, for yourself into the weekend, my friend. Any big plans this weekend?
Do I have big plans this weekend? Gonna go to the gym, hopefully a date with the wife, perhaps. I want it to be relaxing. I might read some books, some yard work. We have some land, so I'll probably be mowing some grass if it's not rainy. So that's probably the weekend plans for me. What about you?
Sounds like an adult. Sounds like we're Will Ferrell and old school, and you're like, well, I'm gonna go to Home Depot with the wife. I think after we'll go to Bed Bath & Beyond and pick out a new blender or whatever he says, and they're all like, what? He was like so pumped about having that like nice chill weekend with the wife, and the guys at the party were like, what? Then Frank the Tank shows up not too long after that.
The older I get, the more it's funny just how things that would never have been exciting are just thrilling, like the trash man took the trash out or something just so basic. It's like, oh, okay. Well, that's actually pretty exciting. That's a good day. Oh, yeah, exactly. Like you said, Bed Bath & Beyond or Home Depot or whatever. Like, that's okay. That sounds like a fun time. Like, what in the world? How old am I? What is happening to me? I'm turning into my father.
Yeah, hey, that's what happens. We old, and we go old, and we slow down and start to cherish those things that your parents or your grandparents liked, and you're like, oh no, I'm morphing into what they're doing or what they did, or whatever. So yeah. Do you trade on Fridays? Don't a lot of traders take off on Friday? You trade tomorrow?
Oh yeah. I don't take any days off Monday through Friday. And I do notice, the volume and the movements on Friday are typically pretty different. Trading on Friday is different, and historically for me, it is not always good. I probably have more red days on Friday than green, but I still feel like it's getting the reps. It's showing up. You never know what might rip and what might go, and sometimes they do. So I think it's just important to show up every day at this point in my career.
Oh God, yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah, I know. Like I said, you just definitely the fact that you're just a little baby to me. Your infant stage right now since you just started last year.
That's right. I'm small.
Yeah, no, you are. It's even me like at 8 years in or whatever you want to call it. 8 years in total. 10 when I first kind of got into learning about it, and I still feel like. I feel like I'm like 10 years old or maybe like 12 years old or, like you feel like essentially almost like how many years you've been into it. I guess maybe I'm into high school or whatever and however people would see me as an experienced, better trader. But still, it's like when you're in that first year, you need to be here all day, every day. Not all day. That's why I have my 10 commandments lesson on my YouTube where I think the 6th commandment or the 5th one is take a break. You need some point in the day, you need to get out of the office, get out of that room, go get a coffee, go eat lunch, go take a walk, go to Home Depot, go run an errand or two. Know that you don't have to be here 24/7. You're always gonna miss something. I'm gonna miss something because that's what a lot of people feel at first. You're gonna miss something. I'm like, no, this is just like I was in a one-on-one the other day. And talking about like days that he doesn't take a trade and he sits there all day and I feel like it's a wasted day. I'm like, that's not a wasted day. The days where how many days at school you sat there and listened to your professors in college and you didn't have graded tests that day. It was just another normal day of having to go to school. So that had nothing to do with your education toward the long term as far as, hey, am I going to have an A in this class, a B or nothing, right? You just had to go to school. Maybe went to the library that day, but you're putting in the time and the effort for what? For that test, for when you do have to go actually get a grade, something that is graded. And that's what it is. Some days are just that. You are at the study hall, you are at the library, you are just essentially taking in the information the market's feeding you, so you know how to be more prepared the next day and the more prepared the next day. To me, you've got to be here Monday through Friday. But again, it doesn't have to be all day long. You need to take those breaks. 100%. I didn't know if you'd took Fridays off or not. What I'd love to do is, I do dual stream Fridays with traders on Friday. Some Friday I'd love to have you on since you could talk about your experience. You're newer. Hey, here's why I got into it, what I like, and this is how I trade. And this is where I find some struggles at first, and here's where I'm actually finding success here so far early on. So you could speak to those traders that I know I have a lot out there that have just started in the past year or two that are in your infancy stage, right? And they need someone like you to relate to, not me always getting someone on that has 5 or 10 or 20 or 30 years of experience. Well, it's fun and all, and it's knowledgeable, but they sometimes can't relate to that.
Sure. No, exactly. I heard you talk a little bit about it yesterday, but wanted to get your opinion. And for those that might be listening that have not gotten the trade the pool take on this, what is your thought process on the PDT rule change? Good, bad, awesome. Indifferent?
I think I will say combo. It's a mix for me. I've always said I didn't want it because I think it's going to bring an influx but I think we already have that influx of newer traders. I think it's going to bring more in. I don't think it's going to bring a ton more in, to be honest. I think it'll be a 6 month to 8 month stretch. Again, that's the one cool thing about overall is that you don't have, Kevin Avery just texted me and said MGRT. So MGRT. So we have another play, I guess, going bananas right now. Go to MGRT. Says Kevin Avery. Oh boy, oh boy. Yeah, here we go with another crazy play. MGRT. Whoa. See, this is why, because what's going to happen, traders are going to blow their account trading this.
Right.
And so when they blow their account trading this, then they're going to come over to trade the pool. And so it's going to help trade the pool out a lot. Because there are going to be a lot of traders that come over, and there's that 18 months that the brokers have to essentially start implementing this. So most people are thinking, or most experts and what I've read say later this year into early next year is when you'll finally start to see it across the board, from like where your brokerages are finally, letting that be a thing. They're going to slowly implement it. So that's why I don't think it's just going to be like a gung-ho, everybody's here, hey, welcome to the party. I think that's why they're going to give it 18 months and probably even regulate. I haven't looked into it that far yet, but I bet they're even going to regulate and have like a you're first, you're second, you're third. They're not going to just say do it when you want it. They're going to say we're going to let you know when your day is, and that way they'll slowly space out those brokers so it isn't just an influx of a whole lot of new traders all at once, because they know that would flood the market really bad and probably be really ugly for a minute. So hopefully they're using their brain there with that. And I'd imagine they are. And so, yeah, I don't think it's going to be that crazy. I think it'll be this time next year, essentially into the fall of next year where it's all implemented. And I think at that point, we'll have seen the full influx of newer traders and people blowing accounts and trade the pool getting more customers, because now they know, well, there goes my 2 or 3K. Maybe I shouldn't blow my, maybe limited risk trading right here, right? Like, let's not do that. So I think there's going to be a lot of newer traders or traders that maybe go a little more, like I said, snakeskin Randy, so to speak, because they can like, all right, here we go. I'm just going to thrive 5K at this, or I'm going to, because you now, I guess, was shorting, right? So now can you just short all day, every day, or how the broker is going to change that, essentially as well? Or you're still going to have to locate stuff. My point being, are you going to be able to get an account with 5K to short? I'm guessing so, right? Or to whatever it might be. And so I think people are going to be going like that. They're going to be trying to short MGRT and they're going to blow their account. Versus, why don't you come over to trade the pool? Like even Mitch said earlier, we're like, I wouldn't be trading car with my own money. This is pretty, this is volatile. This is halting. This is a large cap, whatever it is, at least a mid to large cap ticker. Well, I don't know what its market cap space is, but you just see it $400 and it, what it costs now. That's a big move in ticker to be halting up and down. But now you can come over, trade the pool, and trade it without, having to risk your own money, which is just it's so beautiful. So
exactly, it's great. Exactly. You spend $100 or whatever, and you get in with trade the pool, and it's if you blow that account as opposed to blowing $2,000, $3,000, $5,000, which is highly probable if you're a new trader. I think it's great for prop firms, specifically trade the pool. I think we'll definitely potentially see an influx of traders come this way when more than likely many accounts are about to be blown.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Which I totally understand.
Oh, sorry, I was replying back there to Kevin real quickly. Kevin loves a little. Thank you, Kevin. But yeah, no, it'll be fun. It'll be fun to see. I'm not too worried about it. I've got I'm not changing anything, but yeah, I think there will be traders. There'll be but I haven't heard that. People. I know a lot of people. I say not all people, but a lot of people know that I trade stocks. It'd be the inverse of that. A lot of people, because of what I'm posting on social media and Facebook, people know that what I do, I trade stocks. I haven't heard of anybody say, "Hey Josh, oh my gosh, hey Josh, oh my gosh." Anyway, hey Josh, yeah, no pun intended. But hey Josh, is this really going to happen, man? I'm about it. So I figured I'd get that, honestly, like a bunch of people hit me up on Facebook Messenger, Instagram, whatever it might be on these messaging servers. No one hardly has hit me up. So yeah, I think the influx since COVID has really brought in a lot of new traders, as it was already slowly doing that, and it really blew up after that. A lot of people working from home, whatever it might be. So I think there will be more, but I don't think it'll be as crazy as maybe some people think. And I just don't want it to ruin the way stocks move. I've said that for the longest time, but hell, as far as what I've seen in stocks, you can't. I mean, they're what they are. They're gonna have ugly days. You're gonna have pretty days, and then once that full influx of traders comes in, and now we have them and flush some out. To me, it'll be like this. For January 1st, New Year's resolution, what do most people do? Well, I want to lose weight. I want to work out. So the gyms are packed. I mean, I know the theory, but that's usually how it is. I mean, gyms make more money in December and January and in the summer more than any other time of the year. For two reasons. We know January, we just talked about it. And then people for the summer buys, they want to try to get back in there and look good. But January, what happens though? Say it's 100% of, like, say all the new people that sign up. So there's 100% of new people, like whatever it is. It's 100 people, 200 people. We'll just say it's 100 people, 100 new people sign up at the gym. By February 1st, 30 of them are gone. By right now, on April 16th, more than half of those new signups are probably gone and not showing up like they were, and maybe not even showing up ever again, or hardly at all, And so I think that's what it'll be, is we'll have a lot of influx of traders that blow their accounts and immediately go, well, whoopsie flipsies, I need to go to trade the pool, or there goes all that money.
Exactly.
And then that'll kind of just wash itself out, like like I was saying, the analogy with the January 1st and the gyms, where like I said, by late next year, it'll all by, which is crazy. We're 2026, right? Gee golly, so point being, end of 2027, I think that full influx of new traders, then the washout is done. So like say Christmas of next year, it's just cool. We have the new rules. We'll look back, not even really thinking about it, anymore. Essentially.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I totally. Go ahead.
I was going to say, what do you think? Is it the same thing essentially?
Yeah. No, I think that's what's probably going to happen is that you're going to have you're going to have over the course of time, maybe it takes a year and a half, something like that. You're going to have a lot of people who will come in and be like, oh, cool, Webull, Robinhood, whatever, they'll get their $2,000 account, $5,000, whatever, they'll put whatever in. And, maybe some of them will find a modicum of success. Maybe it'll go well for them. But I think ultimately, I think that the opportunities to trade, especially with a lot more capital up front, and and really just learn the basics of trading and learn how to do it and spend a couple years with prop firms and building those reps in that time period. Yeah, I mean, I know it's essential for me to be at a place like this, to actually learn to grow and get better, and then over the course of time really be hopefully a decent or good trader. Obviously, yeah, that's to some extent subjective. I think profitable is the word. That's what we're all doing this for. But I think that the opportunities it's very cool how technology, specifically in the last 10, 15 years, has allowed for more opportunities with a place like Trade the Pool that would have never have existed. Go back, I don't know exactly what the first prop firm like this was, but go back 15, 20 years. It's not an old thing. This is relatively new, and it's ever evolving. So I think the opportunities here are really great.
Love it, brother. Well, I guess I will see you back on Tuesday, Taco Tuesday, my friend. I appreciate you coming on as always. I love having all the different Jays now we got going on. We got you. Got to get Jay back on.
Absolutely, man. It's a blast. It's a lot of fun.
Yep, definitely, 100%. I will see you on Tuesday of next week, my friend. Any last words for the people this week as you head out for the weekend?
I think that's about it. Go green, everyone.
Go green. I love it. Yes, and let's not go red in the weekend, especially on a Friday. Like you said, like a lot of people, they have a little issue on Fridays. I think some of the time, it's just they want to get back what they I got to make this move. They attack when they shouldn't attack. I think there's a lot of that going on Fridays for like traders like yourself. When it's like, let's just sit back. If I get one trade today on a super sweet setup, I'll take it. Let's make Friday a good day. Go out green. And that's kind of what I did and still do to this day. Where I'm like, let me get one trade in. I don't go trade. I don't trade heavy on Friday. I look for that one awesome, perfect setup. I attack it hard. Yep, got my green. Bye. I'm done for the week.
Exactly. That sounds good. That sounds wonderful.
Love it. Have a good weekend, my man.
You too. Good to talk to you, brother.
Later. Always, man. Love it. And then we go out with one and in with the other. I feel like I'm on a dating show. Next, Jesse. Jesse, and he's in the background still listening. Yeah, Jesse. I feel like it's like that old MTV show. And I know you probably watch it too, Steve. I'm next. I feel like I'm sitting outside the van, and me and Jesse were having a good time. I told Jay next already, and then Jesse. Yeah, I see you, Jesse. I love it though. But yeah, now with Steve the Achieve for an hour. Oh, and yeah, unmute the mic. Yeah, there we go. A little applause there. A little applause. Now he's good to go. Now he's good. Now he's working on the mic there. But now, anyway, I say anyway, but NGRT. Yeah, there we go. NGRT. There we go. Now there's that sexy Steve voice. There it is.
There it is. Those dulcet baritone. Okay, so every single time I make sure I'm on the right one, and then when I hop in, I have to change it again. So I'm just going to start just changing it when I get in.
You're good. I'm joining the Google Meet right now for the call-in show. Do you have the link for that?
I will be pulling it up just momentarily here.
Yep. Okay.
I will be muting as soon as I get that link. So Josh, how's your day going? Trading okay so far?
All right, there we go. I'm off of EV Mux and on the Google Meet.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm confusing.
You're good.
It's I'll be right there.
Sweet. All right, cool. I just emailed it to you, brother. I just emailed it to you. Oh, no, I'll put it to Steve. Steve, yeah. You're good.
Yes, sir.
You goobing it? All right, sweet. Call-in show. We have an echo?
I am hearing the echo now. Let me try. How's this?
Check, check.
Check, check.
I still hear a little echo.
All right.
You look at it more than I do. That's for sure. We have a call. We already got someone already in. Okay, I thought maybe I had someone coming on in and here's the call-in show topic today, team. And Steve, here you go. Was that dip at 630, 620s the dip? And if so, where do we go from here? What do you think? What is your say on this mind?
Josh, I'm sorry to interrupt. When Kevin hopped in, I started getting an echo here.
Huh.
Okay, let's see.
I hear you fine.
Okay, I'm sorry. I keep having to remute the EVMux when I think something changes. Apologies there. I can hear fine.
You good?
Yes, sir.
Are you sure?
Super duper.
I love it, brother. But so essentially, there you go. Is that the dip on the? What do you think? What's your say on the SPY? Do you think we go back down again and test that again? Again, let's not bring in, which we know. I guess we would all say asterisk caveat. Trump says something, etc. Let's just say normal market rolls. I guess you could even throw that in. I guess that could be a part of your pitch, that what you feel on the war and how you feel what's going to happen there. If that does, obviously, and then will affect the SPY. So what do you think?
What do I think in terms of, so here's how I'm kind of looking at it. At this point, anybody who's saying that wasn't the bottom, you're living in bear Delulu land. You know, we got to be real. That was an intense short covering rally that has not stopped. You know, we have just seen 12 green days in a row on NQ. So I think that where I'm at is probably a similar position to a lot of people, where you don't have enough skin in the game right now because it didn't really give you safe entries to really size up and size in. So do I think that we'll never have a red day again? No. You know, I think that we have a couple red days coming. I am having a hard time betting on that until I see that kind of turn on the tape, right? So we're just trying to push through the top of a range. And I still think that there's a lot of CTAs that need to buy. So personally, I'm thinking that that the pain move is still to the upside.
Love it. So if you have a retracement level, you think if we get back down again, where would we get down to? You think the lowest if you had to pick an area?
it's going to be tough because, like you said, we have that caveat with, Trump can just unleash the the hounds, so to speak, at any moment, and that could really shake things up if we see something specifically regarding traffic in the Strait of Hormuz. So that is kind of our I don't know if we can call it a black swan, since we're all kind of saying, it could be a thing. Call it a what do you call that? A something rhino, gray rhino?
Oh yeah, right, yeah.
Yeah. So I think that we got a gray rhino for there. If all goes according to chill out, I would expect no deeper of a pullback than 680-ish, 675 at the worst. And that'd be kind of retesting the confluence of moving averages that are kind of hanging out down there. We have a 50, we have a 21, 85-ish would be the 9 moving average. And that would also be kind of both of those levels. I see horizontal support where we kind of stair-stepped on the way down. So as we reclaim those, overshoot and come back into them, they can often be support there. That's kind of what I'd be looking for there.
Yeah, I wanted to jokingly say, when was it Nas on the WhatsApp said, "Well, welcome to new all-time highs," or something along. I think it was Nas. So someone said something like that. I'm like, let's welcome it right back down to 670s. Want to bet?
I'm sorry, Josh. Whatever happened on the back end there, something changed, and now I'm getting echo again, and I'm trying to take the sound off by doing what I did before, but I'm not able to. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm not sure what just happened. Josh, can you say?
Are we good?
It's echoing now. I haven't touched a thing, I swear, but I saw it change something on our studio side there.
Oh,
so I'm learning something today. I'm not sure what.
I'm learning something today. Yeah, no. All right, let me do this. I'll do this real quickly. Hold on.
I hear a ding.
How about that? Let me do this. And I do that.
Let me try.
How about now? How about now?
I think you're good. Say something again.
I think you're good. Say something again.
Okay. All right. You said "how about now" twice, and I was like, is he gaslighting you?
You have no idea, because everything was just fine. I have no idea why.
Yeah, all I know is I saw on my second monitor, we switched into maybe off of studio mode or maybe back into it. I'm not sure, but something changed, and then all of a sudden I was getting an echo, and now I'm getting it again here. Let me try to turn this off. Yeah, I'm echoing through somebody.
What is going? We need Kevin back on here. I mean, I have no idea. I really have no idea. How about now?
Still going. Who's on first? That's it.
I really have no idea, because we're doing everything that me and Kevin always did. We're doing the exact same thing that me and Kevin always did. Always. So I have no idea. You're still getting an echo on your end?
I've done nothing, and it switched from working to not working twice.
Is the top left hand, top or bottom left, both are muted on EVMux, right?
Well, on EVMux right now, it's just the studio mode. I can say something now?
Yeah, you have. When you turn it off studio mode, that's when we get the echo.
So, and I'm yeah, no matter which one I mute on there, it still is doing the same thing.
It's supposed to be off studio mode, and the top left hand corner is supposed to be muted, and the bottom left hand corner is supposed to be muted. That's how it always worked for me and Kevin.
My brain is breaking. I can't hear with the echo. I'm trying to process words. It's like a humiliation ritual. It's like, figure out what's going on here. There were words said. I'm the only one on screen apparently, so I don't know if they can hear you.
Weird. Very weird.
Well, now I see you again on my studio mode.
This is exactly how we're going through the ring here just to make sure.
So this is the comedy hour, slapstick humor brought to you by Trade the Pool. Sometimes trading is a little too stressful, and you need to wind down with some good old-fashioned Three Stooges style
This is funny to me. This is honestly like, because I'm just like, what is going on? Like, I feel like I'm literally in Twilight Zone.
Josh, and now it's back. I'm losing my mind. When I said it worked.
And
I haven't been pushing a single button this whole time.
You don't have anything on play on the background, right?
Anything playing? No.
No, as in like the live stream or anything?
No, I'm not in the live stream. Yeah, I wish.
I didn't know if you had the live stream or something playing in the background. Because I have no echo. Literally, and then you're getting this echo over and over and over. So I have no idea. I mean, because we have everything done that me and Kevin did the exact way. So
like twice, and like I'm at a loss. I'm real sorry.
How about now?
Ayush, if you could message me, I'm having such a hard time hearing you. I apologize.
Well, we can, if you don't want to hear me echo, I'm guessing I'm not echoing to the live stream, so I'll keep the live stream rocking and rolling. What's up, Katana? Oh, hey, Mortal Kombat coming out. You ready to see Mortal Kombat 2? Actually, somewhat intrigued there. Crow, what's up? How we doing? Of course, in chat, you guys coming on over. Katana, Crow, speaking it up. So sorry for the echo, guys. I'm telling you, this is what's so funny. I love that. That's my prediction. Up, down, sideways, back, forth. That's good, Katana. But yeah, I love it. Mortal Kombat 2 coming out. Good stuff, good stuff. And I'm right there with Steve. I think the same thing. That was our dip, the way we soaked down so fast back up. Nas even said this on the live stream a few months ago, how volatile we are anymore. That's just in the market. Of course, I was talking about that, how it came off of what I said, and he just said, I mean, just where the moves are bigger and faster now. I mean, we get the pullbacks, but they don't last forever. They last for, essentially what? Like the last one was last April, came down, boom, and we're right back on up, and people I think are expecting more. And it's just not going to happen this time around. I mean, that was it. And it's crazy because even Coach TV talked about this on the call-in show about a month ago, saying how he wanted to get in, or he was looking to get in on these plays long term because of this was the move. The caveat this year around, well, last year it was tariffs. This year, almost same time, was the war with Iran. And it was, here we go, right back on up. And looking at all these plays, I do the morning alerts. I'm like, wow. Gee, golly, these plays were, we were up 40, 50, 60, 100 points on some of these tickers where we were just at. So that was definitely low. I think we could see the 660s, 670s, maybe 680 somewhere in there again. Again, all goes back to Trump and what the heck he's doing and what he wants to tweet about every single day. And then, I want it to go up and away. I'm tired of the teasing with the 680, 690, 700 fell. I want this to shoot to 750, go to 780, just go bananas. That's what I want. But will we get that? Again, it's what the one man that gets to have his own. What's it called? By the way, too, Steve, it's not X. What's he tweet on?
Oh, that's a great question.
Social?
Making sure I'm coming through here, right?
Oh, you're muted still.
This is insane. Okay. Josh, this program is out to get me. It's coming through now?
Hey, gotcha.
No way. This one works. Yes, no? Working when it was just working. Oh, I am audible. Okay, I'm losing my mind, guys. So I see my charts, and okay, now I see Josh. I'm gonna tape read until someone tells me otherwise. SPY, it's so strong here. We are at 702 without slowing down. Josh, can you hear me now? Now I can't hear you. This is a comedy routine. I'm so sorry, guys. Time to throw out the whole computer. Just start fresh. Josh, I'm assuming my inputs got just destroyed here. I'm going to back out of the studio and re-enter because something's messed up.
Mike's not working. How about now?
Whatever just happened, it fixed it.
What ghost has haunted Evie Mux today?
Dude, it's literally like I'm being haunted by a ghost with the meanest sense of humor. Where every time it starts to work, just boom, gone.
That was weird. Because it was working for me the whole time. I never had an echo. It sounded great. And then poor you going back and forth from like not working to working, and then anytime I talked to you, went through the ringer of just hearing Echo City.
Something is so severely funky because every time Kevin hopped in or something changed, my audio output device would change sources, and I'd go back and wrangle it back to the correct one. It's ghost in the machine. What I can tell you is that our play of the day, ARM, is doing absolutely gangbusters here at 165.75 now, up about $7, $8 on the day. SPY's in a breakout. And I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Am I supposed to buy this APLD? I think that this might be my favorite setup into the afternoon. Is there anything you're keeping your eyes on here?
Well, I really haven't been looking at large caps because small caps have been keeping my eyes juicy for the day. But holy moly, yeah, SPY, there she is. She says all-time high. Give it to me, baby. So, wow.
So we are now clear over this whole range, this whole basing range here. That is just, I mean, what an absolute show of force. I think that we're just waiting for it to base or backtest somewhere where we can take a spot. Maybe 690. Josh, that was a big level for you, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm seeing really high volume. I'm also seeing a little bit of a low volume node at 691.25. So for me,
a line in right at 691.
Yeah. I like that a lot. I'd like to see. I mean, here's the thing, Josh. So we've had such an insane move up. It feels like we should wash out pretty aggressively when it's finally time. That being said, maybe everybody's so underweight that we just kind of correct via time, trade sideways. So those are the two kind of scenarios I'm looking for. If we correct via time, then I'm probably looking for not as deep of a correction here. But I think that we could definitely get down here if it's a little bit jagged. So that's what I'd like to see. Whoops.
Jagged edge.
Just like that.
Jagged edge. What was that, Joe, or something? What was the name of that group back in the day? Something like that. Yeah, I didn't have my eyes on the SPY here. Wow, what a good move, reversal back off those lows and kind of carrying a lot of the stuff with it. Yeah, you said I looked up ARM, great move for the day.
Yeah, so real quick with SPY, just seeing a tiny bit of a crack of the 9, just because it's the first time it's happened in quite a while. I'm keeping an eye on it. There's a little more velocity than we saw on this one. So 35 seconds for this candle close. I think that'll give us a nice hint about where we're going here today. Because, Josh, this is the thing about these rallies. I always look at it like it looks poor structure on one time frame, but then I look intraday. It's like, oh, we do a cup, we chop out a handle at the high of the day, and we push up. Yeah. So I do think that we can go higher as long as these moving averages cooperate. I'd be kind of looking for a measured move of this cup and handle here.
Say right back to that retracement level, yeah, where that gold's coming in there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like this here because it does line up nicely.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, when you see that on the chart, I'm like, ooh.
And here's the other thing that's sorry, just because it's so cool, and I don't want to forget it. You see this range that I'm doing from the opening range, and you see where the equilibrium ends up being? It's exactly the midpoint of that W. So when we're consolidating there, you can buy off of this moving average or this moving average, and you get a really good odds that if it's hanging out at the equilibrium and not failing, if you have that W, if you have that high or low, then it's a really good odds that you reach up and at least test this 127 and probably the 161. So, man, we got close. I think we reached a little bit more.
Essentially, I always call it, we got there. You know, I'm like, I'm not a pennies to the pennies guy. I mean, that's a good move. I mean, you're talking about for the SPY back down and that W, then move back on up off of that. Super pretty there. But I always talk about the W for the win, baby.
Yes, sir. I love it. And I also love that you're mentioning close enough. I always say close enough for government work, right? You know, like it's good enough, right? And so, for example, if I were to draw this out and use the open as the neckline right here, well, then we did tag it, you know? If I were to use this kind of purple, yeah, then we overshot it a little bit. So it's like, I think of it more like cooking than, or I'm sorry, more like cooking than like baking, right? So there's more leeway, there's more of an art to it. You can sprinkle a little cayenne, a little cumin, a little turmeric, and get something all new that you just kind of created. You know, with baking, if you start messing around with, you know, all right, I'm going to add in some extra yeast or extra baking soda or something, you're going to end up with a mess, a science experiment, you know?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it's got to be perfect. Like I do chicken and dumplings for Thanksgiving and Christmas, and my dad used to do it, so he makes his own dough and rolls it, yada yada yada. And so I learned to do that a few years ago, and yeah, you got to know what you're doing, because I get that from most people. Man, I just can't ever do that. They can't get the combination of those ingredients down. And yet, when it all matches up, you'll get some amazing dough, and then when it doesn't, you got a mess.
Yes, sir. Yeah, it's hard getting that KFC perfect blend, but you know, so that's how I kind of look at these levels and these zones. Like, it doesn't have to. We all don't have to see the exact same thing. Sometimes it's super clear what the top and bottom is. Sometimes you know, there's wicks, and you want to kind of measure by the neckline. Where's the spirit of the trade, not necessarily the exact penny.
Well, and that's the thing. Just at first, everyone does that. I did it. Everyone's, it's to the penny. I got to get, and then you don't get out of your play. And it was like, say for me, a small cap play, and it hit 4 cents or 5 cents or 3 cents away from what my target was. And then I don't take the profit, and he goes back against me, yada, yada. You know, I'm like, that was close enough. What are you so worried about getting it to the dot? So I teach and preach that throughout the years, because so many newer traders have that issue of to the dot, to the dot, to the dot. I'm like, no. That's going to lead to some error for sure. Steve the Achieve, frozen. Well, maybe there's something going on his side of EV Mux today. Maybe that could be what the deal is. Let me get my charts back on up here. Boom. All right, there we go. Steve the Achieve, out. Pulled a money Mitch right there. Maybe it could be on his side today. I know Mitch has a lot of issues sometimes with EV Mux, but hey, I love it. It works so well. So it's so weird at times where you have these ghostly moments. I say ghostly because you're like, what is going on? Where poor Steve is gone now. And back to this play, Meg. And the good alert there in chat from Yippity Doo Dah Yippity Day. Was it Crow? Yeah, PBM. What do we have going on today, team, in the small cap sector? Well, we've got some supernova banger-ranger type plays. We had Onfo earlier, MGRT, of course, WSHP. I can't remember all the tickers we've looked at today that have halted. A lot of halting tickers today. Now PBM halted up. Checking resumption price here is going to be probably, it looks like, at $8.45, seen about $8.50 now. So seen about a 5% or so gap up, 5 to 6% gap up here. Did halt up at 20 after and 51 seconds. So wherever you're at in this fine world, 20 after and 51 seconds is the halt up time. I hear Steve's now back. I hear the ding-a-ling-dong.
The ghost in the machine, it wants me dead, Josh. I just got a hard crash.
It's got something on you going on over there today. My EV Mux is treating me gentle. I guess last night I gave her a good meal and she slept good.
You're energy vampiring my RAM here, dude. I don't know what to tell you. This is pain. All right, I got my charts back whenever you want. But
yeah, if you want to go ahead, I was just showing the halting up play, so it should open up about 8:50, and that should be resumption time. If it's a 10-minute halt, resumption time on this will be, finally trying to go over to it, will be 30 after and 7 seconds, or 30 after and 51 seconds. 30 after and 51 seconds. It's showing now 8:30. 8:30 is for resumption price for PBM.
PBM. Oh, I haven't heard that name in a while. PBM, is that an oil name?
PBM. No, it's biomedical, whatever it is. What do you call it? But bio company. Yeah.
I was thinking PBR. That's an old favorite.
Yeah, PBR. Yeah, that is another one. But I've seen PBM though run before. Again, it's I think a little bit lower float. Sketchier. There is no news on this. We've seen that though, just from the movement we've had today from all these other tickers that have run. It's been a crazy day in the small cap sector. Led off from Bird yesterday. Luckily, Bird had the floor to itself yesterday. No one was messing with Bird, so Bird could run and do what it wanted to do. We saw that one yesterday, and today really just kind of fizzling out, not doing too much, but was a great play. And yes, Allbirds. That's a former shoe company moving over to AI.
When somebody told me, I was like, "What's moving it?" And someone's like, "The shoe company sold all they're going bankrupt, and they bought a bunch of hard drives." And I was like, "That's funny." And then I checked later. That's literally what happened. I was like, "Okay."
And then guess what? Today, NYSE pretty much pulled the same exact thing. They are literally NYSE did the same exact PR where they're moving a different direction in their company and going into AI.
These pivots, always a great sign for a small cap to need to drastically pivot, right? And use market liquidity to do that.
Yeah. Yes.
Nothing to see here, boys. Nothing to see here.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
So just some nice little shenanigans there. Currently trading right around its kind of the surge price when I'm assuming it got that announcement right after the bell. They're like, all right, let's wait for all of the cash session shorting pressure. Let's get them all on the back foot. Let's get that trading nice and thin. Just rip it. That's rough.
You know what really rips? Man, how about speaking of what really rips? AMD today, brother.
AMD is something else. It is this and ARM were my two semiconductor plays. Popping over to that. Yeah, it's explosive, right? And I think that most people are like, AMD, why is it running so strong? And they're missing the weekly setup here, which is just an immense cup and handle breakout, which we're boom, power through it now. So I'm sad that I didn't just take a stab at this one. I did ARM. ARM's working, but not as explosively as this. And I think this is a pristine setup to go much higher. I think AMD is just a powerhouse.
That bottom head down there, essentially at the bottom, that almost inverse head and shoulders that it formed at that bottom was that power move. It was a power move, my man.
Yes, sir. Yeah, and I love that you always have such a good eye for these inverted head and shoulders. And often this is how you identify the bottom of a flag. Because you're like, okay, how many times is it going to go like this? How many times is it going to reach down and run the previous low's stops? So, that flagging kind of breaking on down, runs those stops, bounces, runs these stops, bounces again. Does it need to come back? Well, it broke the top of this. And like you identified in the bottom here, it made this higher low on the weekly. So it kind of confirmed over this level and said, no, actually, we're holding the zone. This was a little bit of a washout, that head that you're talking about there.
Yeah.
And then, man, what a
when you see that, because when I see that in small caps too, I'm like, ooh, this is great. This thing's going to go.
Yeah. It's all the same. It's just the velocity, right? Like you'll get less velocity off of this than, sub $5 juicing play. But, I mean, that's pretty good.
I would say, so when I usually think of dinosaurs, I just say T-Rex, Raptor. When you said that, I thought of Velociraptor. So I haven't heard, that velocity and that word and that term in a while. And then I was like, ooh, Velociraptor.
Yeah, I love it. By the way, SPY, it is showing that continued. I think the algo turned off for the morning session here. And totally healthy to see a little bit of pullback. But we're just kind of losing these moving averages and drifting on down. So I consider this like kind of controlled demolition. We reached up too much too fast. So let's cool it just a little bit.
Yeah, damn that reverse. I was surprised we went up that high. Honestly, I knew we were kind of making the move back up. I was shocked that we hit that almost 703 mark there. That was a pretty darn good move. Even for, like we talk about the SPY, like it likes to get in this area. Okay, now we're at all-time highs. Watch a sell-off. And we started that end of the day that way. And to see that return back on up, yeah, it's definitely bullish signs. Look at that Batman right there in the middle. That looks like, I call that the Batman sign. So yeah, look, it almost looks like the bat, like the head, like the bat head, essentially.
Okay, wings.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I am the bat. Absolutely.
Yes, I am the bat. Yeah, it looks like a bat though, kind of, It kind of
does. I'm seeing it. Yeah, so it's got the bat wings and everything. So it's retesting these pre-market highs right now. And I think that you were so dead on where it's like, yesterday was like, this is an insane close, right? We're just reaching and stretched. We surged into the close. Surely it's got to pull back, right? Why? We're breaking out from that daily range, right? And so like everybody's just, bears are on the back foot. They're covering their shorts into each other, clamoring over each other. Bulls are saying, let's run this thing. And I think the lockout rally is all, I mean, what can you say? We're up 10%, like 8% in 2 weeks. Right. So I'm in a mode where it's like bulls just took the ball and ran it all the way into the end zone. They just intercepted the kickoff, or the kickoff, and they ran that one back too. And now bears are like just they're down 14. It's looking dire, but they have a lot of room to kind of get some points on the board, and bulls still can take this up and keep expanding the range. Yeah. Like Josh, you're saying you want 780? Let's do it. I'm in.
yeah, right. Yeah, that would be great. Yeah, that would be awesome. The day trades we'd be getting, and then the retracement back. Then when we do get the big pull, and ever we get the sell off, that'll be nice as well. Moving to all-time highs is just such a beautiful thing. I loved it when 23 into 24, and I'm waiting for it again here. And this is what it reminds me of. Where like you kind of start getting that. Oh, we're not going to be bearish. It looks like it's at times, but it's almost like AMD kind of then traps you and then goes up for more and then goes up for more. And you're like, oh my gosh, we are in. Like when we hit up to the 500s, I was like, we didn't really stop at 500. We went straight up to like the 520s. So, it was kind of those things. And that's what I want. I want to see the 720s, 730s before we ever start to see any sort of bearish movement back.
Right. No, absolutely. And I'm just noting like, yeah, the megaphone. And often if you just kind of redraw these megaphone lines out, it forms a really good kind of just general trend. So that's one thing that I'm looking for. Any big washout I think could catch on this kind of just rough line. Maybe it oscillates under a little bit, but holds a low. But what I'm really looking for is going to be how we interact with this yellow line on my screen, the hourly 20 EMA. So that's kind of how I infer whether like how strong a trend is, right? So if it's just over the 20 the whole time, very strong. If it keeps tapping into it and that's where it finds buyers again, great. So here we found buyers again. I wouldn't be surprised to see us hold and form a inside bar on this hourly candle here. So we have half an hour to kind of hold the line and hold 700 to the dot. That's the kind of game we're setting up here, I think.
Hold the line. I don't know. Is it what's that song by Toto?
Oh yeah, this is a buy. They're gonna run this back up. I think it's gonna get dipped, but I don't know, Josh. You got a few years on me. I only know "Blessing the Rains" Down in Africa by Toto. I'm a fake fan.
Oh, love it. I love it.
You gotta bless those rains though. Like I will give homage, or what is it?
Hold the line.
Yeah, they're the OGs. You got to show respect, but I do not know their whole back catalog.
Yeah, that was one of their other bigger hits. It's called "Hold the Line." If you heard it, you might like it because it says it's not the way that you hold me. Yeah. It's not the way you say you care. And then it's the get to the chorus. It's "Hold the line." Love isn't always on time.
On time. Yes. That's Toto. Okay. I always thought of that as more like almost like soft hair metal kind of,
Yes, it is. Yeah. That got a little bit harder there for Toto on that one. Yeah.
Love isn't that gives me like a Poison.
Yeah.
Maybe Poison or what is it, Def Leppard, something like that.
There you go. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, all the hair bands, all those. That was definitely the thing. But yeah, hold the line, because I didn't know what he said for the longest time. I was like, what is he saying there? And I'm like, oh, hold the line. Okay, all right. I dig it. Sure, whatever.
I like that. Sometimes love isn't always on time. Sometimes the trade isn't on time either, and you gotta hold that line. So this is the line I'm watching.
That was 50%. Huh?
Look at that. So. I just wanted to illustrate these fibs, how cool you can like see the progression. So we have this level, right, where we were talking about from the opening range, and look at that expansion out of that. Beautiful. So we had the 50% of the opening range be the intermediary point where we ended up forming that W top and then pushed off for the measured move. Now we redraw for the whole price action of the day, and you see we just retransacted the equilibrium and found a buyer. So the second it was on sale, we're still buying. I think it's going to rebase and maybe kind of carve out like a higher low.
But it's right to that gold line. That's the one we're talking about. That was the exact line I was talking about earlier. I'm like, that is so sexy.
So isn't that cool though? Like we had this lower structure where it was like, this represents the dip buy, the continuation rally. And we just transact it to the penny. Ding, ding.
Yep.
It's really a thing of beauty.
It's like it rang the doorbell to join trade the floor. Yeah, when you did that ding, and that's funny, Joe. Watch that singing, Josh. So accurate. You gotta watch the YouTube restriction. Because the other day we got that flag. I was like, was it me singing songs? Like I am so prone to unfortunately sing on the live stream. So I'm so sorry.
It's hard. I know you're a musical fellow, and I'm the same way. Where Josh, do you get like this? Like I'll think of a song and it'll like transport me back to a memory like of where I was when I first heard that or something big in my life. So like my memories are all tied to music, almost all of them. So
that's how you can't human brain connection. Yeah, that's what we do. I love it. It's kind of cool like that. But yeah, it's definitely. Yeah, and then who are we? Did Extreme sing more than words? More than words. I can't go more than that. I can only say that, and I don't want to get caught on copyright. But more than words, wasn't that Extreme? I think.
I don't know. That Extreme is not ringing any bells. So I'm a. That was another.
That was a hairband. That was another hairband. That was a hairband. Extreme was a hairband. Yeah, they were a hairband. That was the late '80s, early '90s was that was it. Those long hairs and and having ballads as they called them. Had to have a ballad,
Totally. I like a little bit of the softer stuff too. Like, give me some Boston, give me some like Journey. I'm all about that too.
Oh, those are classics right there. Boston and Journey. God bless. That's top of the line right there, buddy.
Dude, the guitar tone on Boston, like Amanda or something, is just I love that. I won't butcher people's ears by trying to do it, but it just cuts right through the mix. I love that. So wow, SPY just absolutely doing what we said, eating this gap.
Yeah.
I'd like to see a higher low, but it seems like they're just squeezing them bears on out. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, just like we were talking, literally, like poor shorts right now, just underwater, hating life, and listen, this is not to be had. You get those quick moments on days, or recent days here recently, where you have your 5 to 10 minute, maybe at most, pullbacks, and you better take advantage, because then the bulls they're buying it right back on up before you can even get to it.
Absolutely.
Saw both Boston, Journey, Chicago, several. Yeah, Chicago always had all the different singers. The first guy happened. They all had different singers because the first guy died. I forgot what happened. But yeah, Chicago's good, though. Even though they had a lot of different singers throughout the years. But yeah, that was my dad being the morning show host and radio. Hey, what we got behind us back here, we got a Journey album, my friend. That is a Journey Platinum album right there.
That's cool.
What one is that from? That is from... well, I don't know what album that's from. It's Frontiers. Yeah, the Frontiers album. So the Frontiers album by Journey is what that one is. And then we got Duran Duran right there. We got Bryan Adams right there. Got some classic. Yeah, not bad. Not bad. Now, I wish I would have gotten more from Pops. I don't know what all he still has, but I will say this, because the next house I'll have that bigger bonus room and a lot more wall space. I'll be going over to the house and because they just have them like in storage. They're just sitting there anymore. I'm like, I'm going to get all of them for the next house.
That's dope. Yeah, absolutely. Get the whole wall. Just gotta move the what is that? Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the arcade game, to the bedroom. I'm sure the wife will love that.
Yeah, to the bedroom. Yeah, this wall. I mean, my walls have like no space. So there's window stickers. I mean, you take, of course, there's a dog bed drying. I have no wall space anymore. Like absolutely no wall space. I get like memories of like 3 years ago, 4 years ago today, and it'll be like there's like nothing in my office. Now it's just there's like no room anymore in my office at all.
You're succeeding too fast, man. You got too many accolades to hang up, too many memories to put up on the walls. That's a good thing. Oh man, we got the engulf here. This is what I also like to do whenever you get a big expansion candle. I just like to slap a fib on that too, on that bad boy, and see what happens. So right now we did just get the tick higher through the engulf, and we're fighting to reclaim these moving averages. This is where I'd like to see a small pullback, perhaps like that, and then we can get constructive and push on.
Have you seen the movie I Love You, Man?
Oh, so good. Yeah, with Jason
Slapping
Segel, right?
When you said slap, I thought of slapping the bass. Slapping the bass.
Oh, yeah,
and then another band from a kind of hair band, right? Rush is another pretty darn good band.
Okay, so Rush, I'm a huge like progressive rock nerd. Like Rush, I'm all about. Like I like Camel and Genesis and Yes and all of that kind of stuff. Give me some weird time signature. So it's cool when you were saying talking about Chicago. I love their 25 and 6 to 4 or whatever.
Yeah, 6 to 4.
Yeah, that classic riff that everybody thinks is Green Day at first. That that's all I'll do. Just 2 notes, but but you know where I was going with that. So yeah, I love the proggy stuff there. Rush, amazing too. We need to get back to the era of like having like the coolest bands that all the ladies love singing like in the highest octaves with like the most luscious locks and like I
don't know if we'll ever have that again. Yeah, it's so funny how that switched though. Back in the day, that was the girls were into that. And now it's just you just don't. But again, that's what I was saying. That was the last golden era there, where people were actually using their instruments, right? Where they were, it was nothing. Everything's digital now. It's nothing hardly is ever made by an actual instrument. I've just talked about on the stream where, of course, when I went to school and I'd take certain classes, but point being, I loved film and I took some film classes and studies. But point being, I had no idea, even into college, that you'd hear those old movies, even in the 90s or early 2000s. You would almost an orchestra, essentially. You hear music in the background, but it's all from an orchestra. It's called the score. And I'm like, oh wow, they don't do that stuff anymore. It's all digitally because they don't want to pay for all those people to write a score, and so then it's just done digitally a lot for most movies anymore. So yeah, I miss all that good stuff. What's up, A Gunner? How we doing? How we doing, everybody else in chat talking that music today? A little music chat. Colin, Sean, I know Crow talked about it. Crow, we're going to have to get that down. I don't know what in the world's going on with the EV Mux today, but poor Steve over there, Steve the Achieve, having some issues. I know you guys want to call in and talk about, which you would type it in if you want to, of course, with the SPY and your thought process for the Colin show, where the topic was and is, was that the dip on the SPY? And if it is, where are we going? What's the game plan for here? Do we see a dip again? Where do we go up to? Again, I think me and Steve are pretty much in the same boat. Could see a dip maybe in the high 670s, 80s, somewhere in there. Maybe it could go a little lower, but I doubt, especially depends on what Trump says and tweets. If we end the war, that's going to be one thing that pushes it and caveat to go up versus we start bombing the straddle. I say bomb the Strait, but I don't think we're going to bomb the Strait, but that could be one of those things where, that sends it back down, where we're right back down to 630 again because of what he says and what we're attacking. And anywho, so that was the call topic for the day.
Yeah, first time. Apologies, I gotta do some I don't know, deal with the devil or something to get my computer up and functional again. So I've got some homework to figure out. I think it's gotta be something with those multiple sources that keep switching randomly.
Yes, I don't know. I don't know exactly why. I wish we could come up with a way where people could just call or just come into the EV Mux. I think that might be the easiest way where we can just send out the EV Mux link for someone to just kind of chime in, like we had Jay as a guest today. That might end up just being the easiest way. So we just run every through EV Mux versus trying to get multiple sources and all that kind of stuff. And hey, Gunna, we got first time here, just checking out the joint. What's up, brother? How we doing? Hopefully you use and trade the pool. Of course, prop firm here, limited risk trading guy. Actually wore the shirt today. We got 5K evals up to 200K evals, so you don't have to risk your own money. And of course, going short, going long doesn't matter. Trade any stock in the stock market. All 12,000 plus of them. Got the ETFs to trade. Go long, go short. There's no locating shorts either, which is absolutely awesome. Open up. Open.
Yeah.
Open door of 8% on the day. There we go. Nice little move.
Yeah. So keep an eye on this level here, 520 for open door. This is very notable for me. You can see all the basing that occurred there and that volume building out. It's trying to hold right now. If so, game on to run it higher. I'll look at a higher time frame to confirm. But if it does reject here, I'm seeing this uptrend line. Just a little bit of fighting here at this pivot. I could see it getting marked down to the 508. Maybe even the $5 level pretty quick here if this doesn't play out and push up, reclaim these moving averages.
Love it. That's my sandwich here. Like right when you put that in, that's what I call saying, old resistance support, that kind of just that beautiful zone of volume is just tasty.
I am wondering, Josh, does this strike you as potential short though, when we're kind of stalling out into this kind of key pivot here, this top range from weeks ago where we started selling?
Yeah.
I don't know.
And yeah, I see that, and then that's the thing too. Then if we get through it, there's going to be another good, nice pop up. So that's definitely an area I see right away.
And Josh, I think this is one where your small cap expertise really comes into play because hey, it has that explosive type look, and it's it likes making these kind of wild small cap moves. It used to be a small cap down here when it was under $1, so now it's got that sweeping kind of look. It reclaimed key moving averages, and now the market wants to reward any old bucket of trash here. So I think this one's an interesting explosive setup, and we just watch this zone that we're in, that 535, the kind of the high of the day there, that curling moving average that's been very clearly defining the trend. See, clearly catching, yeah. But when we lose it, rejecting, testing. So I like this. I like the base that's been built up, and I could see a squeeze to 6 very quickly if it can flip that level. Definitely want to keep an eye on that there.
We got OPEC the juice. We got Yankees on today. Steve, you watching? Do you keep up with the Yankees honestly that much, or is it just you just love the hat and you just wear it?
Josh, it's just a meme. I just was growing my hair out. I needed another hat. It was $15 and I liked the navy. And then everybody started calling me like the ultimate villain. I felt like I was on WWE, so I kind of leaned into it. I'm not gonna lie. It was so funny. I was at a card show this weekend. It was just having some fun, looking around, seeing what's up in other markets. And some guy started chatting me up about my Yankees hat. He was like trying to cut me deals and stuff. He's like, nobody likes them out here. We're like pariahs. And I'm like, I don't have the heart to tell him that I don't like his team either. But.
That's hilarious. Like, yeah, you're just rolling with it. It's great. That's
I want to
awesome.
just blow up the deal. Like, nah, actually, your team sucks too. But. Talk saying you're in a Yankee household. I apologize to you and yours. I like the Yankee. Here's the thing, I like winners. I guess I'm like Trump in that regard. I don't hate them just because they're good. I don't even know if they're good right now, but that was just in my heart. They're always going to be the team that bought wins. But hey, a win's a win.
they've had their lulls. They were obviously, as we knew growing up as kids, great in the 90s and the 2000s, and they took a little lull in the 2010s. I mean, they're always good and have the names. Of course, they got the money to do it. Like, they're always trying to get those, spending tons of money to get those. But yeah, back again now with the Aaron Judge, whatever, all those guys. They got two monster dude studs. Yeah, that just are like behemoths. That it's the two big hitters.
I don't watch baseball regularly, and even I know Judge is a monster.
Yeah.
So yeah, shout outs Yankees, shout outs Giants. You guys suck this year. I love you, but it's been tough. It's been tough. So hopefully the Niners have a better look later in the year, because it's, I don't know. Am I okay? I'm okay. Oh, I thought you said, am I okay? I'm okay. Wear the hat. What's wrong with All Saints? I gotta mix it up a little bit, but I'll wear it with pride next time. I'll take my lumps. It's too fun being the bad guy,
Oh yeah. I've likened into it when I was like shorting a lot, and then I'd always liken my gifts or even my AK-47 logo to Thanos.
Yeah, you're snapping, taking out half the market.
Yeah, and so what did it
cost, Josh? What did it cost? USO is putting an interesting look in here. We're seeing the pressure on the indices a little bit, and we're seeing this megaphone trying to play out. I'm just watching and waiting at this neckline to see if it can accelerate on up to the 130 handle. I think that's kind of the measured move here if we do get cooking. But if it fails, SPY is that's open. Never mind. Let's look at SPY. Yeah, SPY's just hanging out. It's just hanging out. So we did get this exact move that we were looking for, the little pullback. Did not get the expansion though. So I'm honestly thinking that this is looking like a little bit roly-poly-oly here. We might need to push down and get a better higher low, or we might need to flush on out. But want to watch this 50% right at 793. Call it 701. It's going to be my little pivot to watch.
Pivot.
Move that big old couch.
Yeah, it's funny because I that show, I'm like, does that show have the same staircase as not How I Met Your Mother, Big Bang Theory? Because Big Bang Theory has that same kind of like where they're like go up and around and up and around. And I'm like, I've never been in an apartment complex, and I haven't been in one in New York. No, but most I've ever been in don't have. That's not how they're set up. Or I think Big Bang's out in California. But anyway, I'm like, how are these these set up? I've never been in one where you're just circling around like that. Usually when I find staircases because again, I'm in any apartment I've ever been, it's you go to the elevator and the staircase is like over to the side and some random side door. That's just where I've been. I haven't been in the big, huge ones in the big city. So maybe they are like that. I don't know.
I couldn't tell you. But what I could say is that it's very disconcerting seeing like the behind the scenes stuff for any of those sitcoms or anything. Like I saw one for Full House, and it's like all those doors are fake. Yes. I felt lied to, that was my childhood.
I've luckily got to work. That's what I did when I was in Dallas, and even in, like I said, in college, I worked on. I did some art stuff and film, and worked on audio and behind the scenes, and held a camera, and I did a lot of that stuff. Like I said, I was even on the show called Queen of the South. That was on USA. So I was on that show as an extra, and then, all that behind the. So essentially, what it is, God, I can't even. I don't wish I had like something to like essentially, but we'll just use the Trade the Pool book, which is an amazing book, by the way. So all it is walls. So like you walk in and like it's just wall, and there's nothing behind the wall. All it is a 4x4, whatever, holding that up. I mean, it essentially you got the flat front that looks like it's something that you see, and on the back side of that, it's all it is wood, and there's something holding that wood, like boom, propped up. And so you see this side. And then on the backside, it's just this. It's something propped up. And so, it's all empty. It's all like, and that's how a lot of those, like, I don't know why I'm going back to, what's the movie in the 70s? With Mel Gibson, the funny goose, Blazing Saddles. So go to Blazing Saddles. Classic. So like that that goofy city, right? Like where you see they live in this all those old westerns. Yeah, that's just the front. You see them. I think they even make fun of it in that movie where you see that. Totally. Yeah, possibly right. Yeah. Of course, the comedy that Mel had. But anywho, that's what it is. Yeah, and you don't think about that as a kid, and then you see it as you grow up, and you're like, oh wow, that's just all fake facade stuff.
Yeah, so much is like that. You don't realize it. It's interesting. I want to put a APLD on people's radars here for a potential intraday trade. It's the one thing I don't like is it swept under yesterday's low, but we could look at the strength under yesterday's low. And this attempted a double bottom here as a nice little pivot. So you can be looking for a long that's going to maintain this W. Right now I'm stalking it, waiting for it to close a candle over this 9-minute moving average, just like it did right there in the morning. So that would be the entry, the close. If it closes right here or a tick or two above, I would get in there, and I'd be looking to trim as it kind of comes up to this neckline, just to kind of secure a little bit of an entry. I think it chops a little bit, then pushes up for the high into the close, or perhaps tomorrow. So I'm still liking APLD. And Josh, what do you think about, have you been tracking some of the movement in these Bitcoin miner turned data center type plays?
I haven't. Why? Is that something you're keeping your eye on?
Yeah, I'm watching pretty close. We caught a few of them already, but I'd like a place to kind of size in. So we caught the APLD right at the open, essentially, a little under 30. I trimmed when it got the swing over this previous level at 3168. So that was a valid cover. Looks like the seller I expected to step in held for now. So now we're getting this look where we're coming back to your little downtrend line back test. So it's starting to look really interesting. And double inside days here. So very nice on APLD. IREN, similar. I think it's looking just a little bit weaker, but expecting the same kind of look where we have the flat base. We just broke it. Now we're kind of consolidating. I'd like to see the clean back test on this gap too. And then one more for y'all. This is the leader, the big daddy. And this one's not chilling at all, but I would like to see IREN and some of the others try to start catching up and do these big power moves to break out to new highs. One more for you too.
Good stuff. Yeah, Wolf. I've seen these plays. Okay, I just haven't been trading them that much, but I have seen them. Yeah, I didn't know. And honestly, a lot, like I always say, I'll look at a ticker and half the time not even know what the ticker even does. I just look at the chart.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. You know, it makes money. It goes up. That's what it does.
Right. It's a good chart. I like looking at it.
So yeah, I think this Wolf is really promising. This daily is just showing this massive flag, which we've just popped. And then we back tested on a dilution and caught really nicely. So if we get one more wick down tomorrow into this 9-moving average, I'd like to plant my flag there and shoot for a big old measured move of this whole entire base.
Beautiful.
Which would look something like 24-ish, I think, is the move. But then again, you're close enough for government work. We hit the first target, more or less. We came back tested like the pivot, the big old top range pivot. Looks to me like a hold, and we want to go for that next target. But just put it on people's radars, because when they move so darn fast. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's the thing you always have to prepare. That's the big thing about stock trading. Don't think about it first. It's like you think, okay, I'm going to put something in front of me, and like a video game, and trade it. You always have to prepare yourself for the next day and what's coming ahead. What's coming? Be ready. Be prepared. Be ready.
Absolutely. And
all right.
The whole... Sorry, what was up?
I was going to say, all right, because the guys in chat, they're talking about, I was like, yeah, just touching up all this stuff, the catching up with chat, talking about Mongo and Blazing Saddles. Great. Yep. A Gunner, though, I want to bring that up. I just want to forget about it. A Gunner, new today, love coming on over. RONB, Ron B. He says, hyped, maybe? What do you look up Ron B here real quickly? I'm going to pull up what it does. Yeah, we can do a little research for our boy. Yeah, all right. Ron B. Okay, here we go. So we got ETF.
Yeah, wait, what are we looking at here?
Baron Capital.
First Principles. ETF. Yeah. What does that mean?
Yeah, I guess I've never heard of this before at all. I guess today's advisors and investors require specialized active management delivered through accessible tax-efficient structures, and our new active ETFs seek to meet that demand.
That's a lot of buzzwords. We should invest in these guys. I don't know what I'm looking at.
It kind of goes back. I was gonna say, it kind of goes back to what he was saying as the overhyped. Yeah, I mean, I don't really see much into this overall. Just even looking at the chart, it's the first thing I do, and it's not the prettiest of charts. Go ahead, Steve, if you want to.
I mean, I don't even know. Like, it's just like a big old expanding pattern. So like, it doesn't give me much here.
A slow expansion too. It's not like there's a lot of big movement there. I'm going back on even the 3-year chart here.
Wow.
I mean, it's just trying to. Which with this play is newer too. So what's this IPO or whatever it may have been back in? That's why I was like, oh wow, this is December. And so the hourly makes it look a little bit better there, but still just not much range to it. Yeah, nothing I would say we need to go invest into this, Mr. A Gunna. AMKR. Now that's a little bit better. AMKR is a little bit more of a that's something I've heard of.
This is a long-term play for me. I did stop out. So I took this one 23 to 50. I think just 50 round number. I saw some top wicks on the monthly, or on the weekly or something. It felt enough for me to take the bagger. Looking back, I should have stuck with the thesis because these guys are they haven't been more relevant. They're just, they're hitting their stride. They pivoted and are essentially, they're an essential part of the AI supply chain, particularly the bottlenecks regarding testing and I think they're they do testing, so like silicon wafer testing, similar to air, which is another one that we've seen go absolutely crazy. But the idea is that these are kind of the bottlenecks, right, in the supply chain of AI. We've seen photonics, of course, go crazy. Air putting an interesting potential, topping candle, potentially just trades sideways and continues to go higher like those Lumentums and the Siennas. But this is a crazy move. I think that Amcor, yeah. I think it has big legs, but at this point, pretty darn extended.
Yeah, wait for it. Yeah, pull back.
Yeah, wait for it to come back, consolidate a little, and get a move off of this 9 moving average. I think that you will get it, and you'll be paid dividends for waiting for it. And we'll go to its kind of sister stock, Teradyne. This is the other one I took at the same time. Took this one at 90. I sold it to like 200. Again, like when it doubles for me, usually I should hold a little runner, but often if I just don't know what's going on and don't see the immediate path, I'll just kind of take the money. So I think it was like right here. Yeah, it was coming over to 200 and I just saw it kind of rolling. In retrospect, just hold it until it loses this moving average, right? So I got to do better about that because I left a lot on the table here. But I think that these names just keep on cooking. They're like a incredibly concentrated basket here of strength where it doesn't really seem like it matters what tech does. One more that's kind of reminds me of this is CLS. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, it's nice. It's kind of the same chart.
Eating the dips, right? It just doesn't really care what the market's doing. It's just looking at dips in the market as opportunities to get in because these names are mispriced, essentially. And this one kills me, dude. This one, I had leaps. I had 24 strike leaps when this was $18. They were 2026 leaps. They were 2-year leaps that I bought in 2024. I sold those when it hit 40.
That's awesome. That's still a great trade, but yeah, you look back and go, oh wow, look at it now.
Goodness gracious! I think I could have just held those leaps and just gone on vacation for 2 years, and it would have probably been about the same, like just all the grinding.
Yeah, it's all right. I've only luckily kept Amazon just because it was one of those things that I told myself early on. And then it gets so far away, and I stopped looking at it every day, and so I'm still in Amazon, in 2022. Into 2023, or I was dip buying at that 90, low 90s mark into the 80s, and got about a night, like I said, 93ish or so average. And yeah, you look back at that now and you're like, yes, but again, how many? I've done that once in my life, and all my trades. Yeah. So that's where you just, hey, great trade. Look back and go, hey, what can I do next time? And real quickly though, let's go back. I was going to say, I want to make sure we touch up with all the traders in chat. TL Bryant, thanks for coming over, giving Steve the love today. Mr. TL Bryant giving some love there. 8 Gunner got a new subscriber. He says, hey, you guys can definitely talk. Well done. Appreciate it, brother. We've been doing this for quite a while, talking. That's for darn sure. And then Hood Stocks. I love that. Hood Stock Market Investing, 3942. How can you, how do you get the platform to trade? TradeThePool.com. Go to TradeThePool.com. Top right-hand corner, sign on up. So top right-hand corner, it's a traders area. Go sign up. Put an email, create a password, create an account. You can go then buy a demo for free. And actually here on, if Ayush or Joe want to put out my, and Steve's social media, here on my YouTube, of course, you see here's my YouTube, whatever. Here's where I go by if you want to search me. Hey, it's me. So there's me, Josh Smith, AK47. Josh Smith's my name, trading name AK47, or I have primetradeinvestments.com. But on my YouTube page, I have a how to open a demo account with Trade the Pool. So you literally have 3 to 5 minute tutorial for you how to open up accounts. So whether you want to open up a real one or a demo one, it's very, very easy. Takes you literally, a minute because I know what I'm doing now. For you that may not know what you're doing, maybe takes 3 minutes, maybe 5 at most, and you'll have an account.
Yeah, definitely worth your time. Just want to throw out there, I used to trade on a lot of different prop firms. I found these guys. Luckily, during that time, I was getting better at trading. I ended up, connecting with them, started work for the team, but my love for the product came first. I was trading on this before I knew about them hiring. So highly recommended. Check it out. I really like the feature set, and specifically the rules are like logic based in my mind. A lot of these firms, they can be very arbitrary feeling. So I really appreciate that, the clarity, and also, of course, the customer service is bar none. So shout out to Nat, Valerie, and everybody else putting in the hard work behind the scenes there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, or Joe in the Discord. Joe helping you. You guys on the Discord. Yeah, Joe, of course, Joe back there, and then Ayush, Carlo, Gil, all our favorites back over, in Israel, all our favorites. Of course, Mr. Michael Katz, the CEO. Making this be possible. So you guys are absolutely amazing. Yeah. Hey Gunner, love it for coming in. That's what I thought when I pull up the news on Ron B. I saw some SpaceX stuff, so I guess that's why I didn't realize that's why and how it was attached with a little bit of that. So that makes sense. But again, just that chart, what you were saying. If you're in PLTR at $9-10, charts. I don't know about that chart. Now again, hype. Does it get the spike with the Ron B? Maybe go small. Go a little Ron Burgundy right there. Get a little something for him, and maybe it does spike up. It's just one of those ones where, like, hey, I'll throw in 100 shares, a couple hundred shares. Give it the whatever, the manageable risk and let it ride. And thank you for putting those links out there. And that's where you can find us. I mean, I'm on YouTube, Prime Trading Investments, my website, Instagram, on X, whatever it might be. Although X, though, here's what happened on X. I put a post out about 2 weeks ago. It's been about 2 weeks now. I get my account gets suspended. I appeal it, and I still cannot get on X. I can get on X, but I can't tweet. I can't do anything. I literally just decided to get the blue check. You have to pay for it because I'm not somebody. I pay like what I was like, hold on, and then I got to trade the pool badge. Like that Gil, she said, hey, you have a badge now. Blah, blah, blah. I gave you one or whatever. So you go to my X account, and you'll see the check mark, the blue check, and a badge. And I'm like, how are you pausing my essentially or putting my account on essentially because it's a suspicious activity, I guess I should say. And I'm like, huh? Because I'm finally
too much money. What's going on?
Yeah, I'm like, because I'm finally posted stuff again because I haven't posted on there in years. And I was like, all right, I guess Kevin Avery and all you guys are telling me to get back on X. There's a lot of followers over there. A lot of people you can get to follow you. I'm like, okay, I'll start posting over there again. I was like, is that it? And then it's like Instagram, because this actually happened to me Instagram in 2022, where there are fake accounts being made of me. Like Josh Smith, Josh Smith official with like an extra I or an extra L or an underscore, and pretending to be me and hitting people up. Where eventually they eventually delete or whatever my account, so no one can ever be Josh Smith official ever again. Is that not weird? No one can ever be Josh Smith official ever again. And secondly, all those pictures that I had that weren't really on cameras; they were just pictures you did it on Snap or Instagram itself. I was so upset. I was on Instagram in 2011, 2012. So there's so much old video and pictures that I don't have anymore. Oh man,
that's cool. Yeah. It's so arbitrary, right? And we have increasingly so much invested in these online, spaces. It's I don't know. I guess we just gotta start worshiping Elon or something.
Yeah, and that's why. Well, here's the thing about that. What I was pissed off was, and same thing with Twitter. You just essentially fill out a form and hope to hear back an email from somebody or some bot or AI. It's probably run by. I mean, there's no one that you physically can call or talk to when this happens. You have to just hope you get your account back.
Which is incredibly bullish for all of these companies using these AI services, because it drives me up the wall. It's like, I want to talk to a human being. I do not want to deal with a robot when money is on the line,
Literally.
And the fact that I get stonewalled by these major companies. I stopped using Substack. I went over to WAP because it's a smaller company, and for whatever reason, they were much more responsive. With Substack, I had an issue, and they just stonewalled me, and they, basically shut down my account. So it's a little bit tricky navigating these hoops sometimes. We even caught a copyright strike on somehow on Trade the Pool here. So what can you say? Just keep an eye on SPY here. This is kind of starting to look like a little bit of a meltdown. It is losing this previous low. It lost the 50% of the day. So it makes me think that maybe we are in a little bit of a topping pattern here, just intraday. And that we might need to cut back under today's low and dig in a little bit deeper to that. I would say we could wash out down to the lower Bollinger Band here on the hourly. Let me clear this up and show y'all. Well, I do not have Bollinger Bands, so never mind. But I think it would be roughly around 697-ish. Call it 695-ish, though. Right around there. I'd like to see a retest of this previous. The classic was resistance. I'd like to see it confirm as support. So that's where I'm kind of looking for a smaller dip if we can't hold right here.
Sweet sauce. We're past time. I don't want to keep. I would bring it more. Yeah, I was like, we could keep talking. I'm sure Trade the Pool's fine with it, but I've been nonstop. I want to take a little bit of break myself, and I know you're back for Power Hour, and then we got right after that, Mr. Kevin Avery's coming back with you to do after hours earnings. So you'll have back-to-back hours with Steve coming up at 3 p.m. Eastern. So do not forget. Don't go anywhere. Don't change that dial. Or if you do take a break, come on back because a little less than 2 hours from now, Steve will be back killing it in Power Hour.
Yes, sir. There is a little bit of a change. So we're doing the after hour stream. So I'm going to be starting Power Hour half an hour late. Half hour Power Hour we're going to be doing here. Okay. So we're going to do that and carry it on straight through to the after hour show there.
What we call it? It's called a Power Half Hour. There we go.
There you go. Power Half Hour. You know, it's still a little less catchy, but you know what? Yeah, we're going to be all set up for that Netflix stream. It's going to be a good time, me and Kevin hanging out. So definitely tune in there. Anything else to tell these good people before we head out?
That's it, my man. You guys have a great weekend. Of course, come back even tomorrow. Steve will be you're live tomorrow, right? Tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow.
Was that just last Friday? Y'all did that? Was that just last Friday?
That was for CPI. That was a special thing.
Okay.
I'm open to it going forward, but
all right. So then, well, maybe. But I know tomorrow night, Friday Night Live. Come join us, guys. So I know there's no live stream on Fridays for Trade the Pool, but there is actually at night. It's called Friday Night Live. You guys can come over. Stocks on the Rocks, as old Aussie chick likes to call it. Have a drink, whether it's an alcoholic beverage or non-alcoholic beverage, and let's talk stocks. Let's talk whatever happened this week, lessons we've learned, moving forward in the next week. Of course, other stuff will be brought up like sports, food, movies, whatever, music. But it's a good time for about an hour or two. That starts at 9:30 Eastern on Friday nights. It's every Friday night at 9:30 Eastern here on Trade the Pool's live active services, whether it's on X, you're on Facebook, you're on Twitter, you're on YouTube. I think X is Twitter, but anyway, come here tomorrow night. Of course, Steve will be back here. What's that? 3:30 Eastern for that Power Half Hour. And I am good to go, my man. You guys have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled weekend. Steve, last words for yourself as you carry yourself into Power Half Hour.
What do I got for these people that you haven't said already? I think Josh summed it up great. Just trade safe out there, guys. Like Talk said in the comments, here we know when to trade and when not to trade. So we've been chatting it up today because honestly, I made my money in the morning. I didn't see anything screaming at me here. So we're gonna check back in at the end, see if there's any trades. If not, we'll prep for tomorrow. Stay safe out there, guys, and we will see you soon.
Ring.
All right.